the Modus Super Series.
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's there! Biggest of all fish.
Reels it in.
What an incredible record. Everything you wanted. He does it. Henry Coulson in glory.
Our champion tonight.
The bullseye. This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for Max.
It's matched out.
Oh,
That is special.
incredible.
Last chance. That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night.
Good. Coulson.
Cressy has found the second treble, and he's found the end product as well.
George Cressy.
He wants tops.
Game
And he gets
first
it.
leg, Ryan Brandley.
Back in the 60 already, and this time it's double 16. Fascinating.
On the second leg,
Some plus check out in a 2-0 lead. What? Really? What on earth was that? That'll get Jack Drayton's attention. Feels like Huntley's getting the hang of this game. And he's on double 12 again. And he's found it. So he's found all three doubles.
Two at the ball then for Vampire. No.
Game shot.
He takes it out though. Very Vampire.
Wednesday morning here at the Live Lounge, the final day of Group A about to get underway, and there is a three-way tie at the top of the table. Well, there's nothing more to say than a total eclipse of the dart today here in Portsmouth, because the south coast, like the most of Europe, is about to be plunged into darkness a little bit later on. A first total eclipse in the UK since 1999. And we're going to see some fantastic darts today in the company of our forever ray of light here. That is the asset Paul Nicholson. And they say the sun always shines on the righteous, and it's fair to say it's been shining on the top three in the group so far, all tied on 14 points.
Yeah, big separation between the top three and the bottom three. To the credit of the top three, they've been so much better than the others. They've been more clinical. They've been scoring higher. And today is an exciting day because we have got absolutely no idea who's going to come through this in the top spot. We've got three players on 14 points. And the battles between Cressy, Drayton and Vampire, they might just tell us all we need to know.
Yeah, and even in the legs one column, there's not much to separate the three players either. So let's talk about it then. What have players been doing right, and where have players perhaps left themselves a little bit vulnerable at times?
Well, take George Cressy, for example. He had a really good day yesterday, but he lost to Zvonimir Lesic. And you think, oh, hang on a minute. He's the person who didn't win any games on Monday, so why are you losing to him at that point? It just so happens that George had an off game and Lesic had an on game. But the thing is, George on the whole yesterday was the best player because he was the only one winning 4 from 5. Berry Vampire and Jack Drayton were winning 4 from 5 on Monday. So it's no surprise that they're all locked at 14 points because they've all been doing very similar things.
So who for you kind of has the ascendancy, the advantage going today? Is there anybody that perhaps out of the three stands out for you?
They stand out, but for different times of the day. I don't think I've ever said that on a Wednesday, but Jack Drayton's really good at getting his day started. Cressy's good at maintaining a consistent level, and Berry Vampire seems to be better at the end. So I think today is all about whether the last game of the session between Berry Vampire and George Cressy, whether that is a shootout or not, it is entirely up to Drayton as to whether that is the case. I've looked at something else as well this morning. Cressy's the only one of the three that has the darts 3 times, and that might be crucial.
Well, in terms of the odds, they go with Jack Drayton. Is that because he's just a known course and distance runner here? Out of the three, he's the one that recently has done it and has climbed to the top step.
Yes, absolutely. Berry Vampire has won a week here, but it was 3 years ago. George Cressy's only just starting to get experience here, but Drayton is the person who's won a week this year, he's won a series this year, and even when he wasn't even playing his best in the previous series, he still made Saturday night. So I think the fact that they've got Drayton as favourite, it makes sense.
Now, there was a player not on the graphic, that's Mike Huntley. Now, last time he was here, Won a week, saw him at Champions Week, narrowly missed out on making it through to Champions Night. Fair to say not clicked so far this week.
It's been really frustrating for him. It feels like he's been banging his head against the wall. A couple of times yesterday, he was in a 3-3 situation and gave himself a chance to win the match. Missed 2 match starts in one game, missed 1 match start in the other one. And if you'd have given him 6 starts at one point against an opponent yesterday, he probably still would have lost 4-3. That was just one of those days. But there's no pressure on him today. He can go out there with a little bit of freedom and just try and figure out what he needs to do to make Saturday here in week number 3.
Right, here's 18 plus, gamblerware.org if you can have a flutter. Let's get into the action now. Mike Huntley takes on George Cressy at the beginning of the session, and I caught up with George early on this morning. George, tight race going into the last day's worth of play. We'll talk about that in just a second. But first of all, your overall thoughts and observations about the week so far from your perspective.
I started off a bit slow on Monday, but I've picked it up yesterday. So I just want to be consistent throughout the week and, go from there.
Is that the key today? If you find that level on a more consistent basis, that should be job done for you?
Yeah, normally my doubles are letting me down, but this week they haven't been too bad. So hopefully my scoring stays there, my doubles stay there, and I can just get over the line.
3-horse race for the top spot, all 3 of you on 14 points. What kind of job do you feel that you've got to do today to get over the line and get into Saturday?
I'll be looking at winning all games today, but it's a tough field. And like I say, I just got to get my head down and obviously do what I can.
I know every game is important, but how key could the personal head-to-heads be between the 3 of you today?
It could be massive. I mean, throughout the week, we've all shown that we've beat each other. So I think it's whoever starts strong today and obviously can stay at that level throughout the day is going to win the group.
Second time we've seen you here, first time you impressed on debut. What was it about this stage that seemingly clicks for yourself?
It's just made for dart players, this stage, completely. Like I say, I absolutely love the throw up there. Everything's made for me here, so obviously I can hopefully go up another level today and show what I'm about.
We look forward to watching it. George, good luck.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, George Cressy first out to bat on this Wednesday morning, taking on Michael Huntley, who, as he mentioned, a weekly winner in the previous series. Hasn't quite happened this time around, having picked up just the 4 points, the 2 wins from his first couple of days here. As for Cressy, top of the table, 14 points plus 13 legs difference. Huntley, the 54-year-old from Wales, a winner in the previous series, the first week of the previous series, up against Cressy, the 29-year-old from Maidstone in Kent, a second appearance here, having impressed on debut in the pre-season, but was unable to make it through to Saturday night, hoping to change that fact here, and hoping to do so at the earliest possible opportunity. George Baker is in charge of the action on this Wednesday morning, always primed in position.
First leg is Michael
to throw what we are going to see today, because the truth is, Paul Nicholson, we've got no idea what's going to happen next, do we?
No, I don't have a clue.
85.
Now, you might think we're saying that because, we're trying to say something clever, but the fact of the matter is, we don't know.
60.
So if you want to know what happens in this group, you're going to have to stay with us for the next few hours. And at one point over the next 4.5 hours or so, there's going to be a point where someone makes a mistake
32.
or somebody does something really crucial. We don't know when that's going to be, but we know it's going to be between one of the 6 players. Now, what I mean by that is
57.
It's going to be a game that involves one of the top 3. It could be against someone who is also in the top 3. But someone like Huntley, for example,
60.
who's going to be in Group C by the looks of it, what if he were to beat Cressy now? What if he were to beat Jack Drayton and do something really interesting?
125.
The bottom 3 have still got a big part to play.
And look, Michael won a week in the previous series. You know what he's capable
85.
of. And it would be so typical of him to have a week that so far has been to forget and then all of a sudden pull off a win against one of the top 3 to derail their hopes of potentially winning the group.
139.
Is it fair of me to say that this week is stronger than the one that Huntley won, though?
Totally fair.
99. George require
Steady from Mike
120.
to leave himself on a finish, but Cressy's already there. Yeah, good luck with this 60. He nearly found it.
60. Michael, you require 140.
It's going to be his problem. If he misses the 60 high, it's very hard for him to find it thereafter. Now, Mike has had some problems this week with deflections, but that's one of the better ones he's had. But it's definitely not the best one he's had. More on that later.
However, first opportunity falls away at George Cressy. 2 in hand at Tots for a break of throw. 2 10s.
Game shot
Just sneaks into the corner, but it doesn't matter where in the target it goes, as long as it finds it. Cressy breaks, leads 1-0.
George to throw first. Game on.
And George's doubles yesterday were just a little bit down
100.
on Monday. He was just under 40% for the first day of the week. Yesterday, 33%, which is fine, as long as you get enough chances. And he had more darts at double on Tuesday than anyone. That was what Jack Drayton did on Monday. As for Huntley, 31% in his doubles. But the majority of the misses were really frustrating and costly misses.
45.
Cressy did take a bit of time away from the sport. Was a promising youth player, played well at the development tour at the beginning of the decade, but decided
100.
to take a bit of time out. And it's only been over the course of the last, 6-9 months or so have we seen him back and constantly in the winners' enclosure in ADC vol events, in ADC qualifiers, which is why we've seen him here on a couple of occasions, and that form's certainly translating to the stage.
You know how we say that darts is about timing?
45.
It's not just about timing on the board. It's timing in life. Sometimes life takes over and darts
60.
comes
Georgia
second.
116.
Speaking of seconds, George is looking hungry for seconds.
Game shot.
And that's what he gets for a 2-0 lead. This is going rather well.
Third leg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Cressy is very, very smart today. He's got a towel on the stage. It's going to get warm.
60.
And if you're ready to complain about that, you're not going to win. I'm talking to everybody in this Group A situation. I'm talking to everybody who's playing the next couple of days. Just get used to it.
100.
And the moment you start wilting in the heat is the moment you don't make Saturday.
Yeah, it's not going to change. We've not got a air conditioning unit that we can just fan on and fan off in the arena. Drink that. Water is good for you.
And the next public service message from Henry Deacon is
60.
Get your water in you, because it's good for you. And tomorrow afternoon, we've got Neil Wilde joining us. Carl Wilkinson,
60.
the England captain. And Connor Hopkins makes his long-awaited return to the live lounge. And then in our double session, which will be Thursday and Friday, we've got Devin Peterson coming into Group B, Rhys Colley and Scott Campbell.
Yes, the newly married Neil Wilde got married at the weekend.
81.
Same weekend as Nathan Aspinall. Slightly less dart players at Neil Wilde's wedding.
140.
Well, this is a really productive start from George. Professional job, really. 93 and change the average.
Georgia require 105.
105 for a double break. A 3-0 lead for Huntley. He has not got out the traps whatsoever. 48 left. Make that 32 left. Make
Game
that
shot
nothing
the third
left.
leg,
And make
George
that
Cressy.
back-to-back ton toppers for George Cressy. 3-0 to the good and
Full leg
looking
is
good.
George to throw
And looking
first.
to make an
Game up.
instant statement on the two players alongside him at the top of the table on 14 points. Not just that it'd be a big win in terms of points, it'd be a big win in terms of leg
81.
difference if he can get it wrapped up to 0.
I like this guy. I think he's really good. So far, he's dismantling a weekly champion from the previous series.
140.
Cressy might just be one of those players that we have here for a bit of time, and he might have a lot of success.
46.
I don't know what his ambitions are. We can safely say that many people who come here want to go to qualifying school for the PDC circuit. But there are some players who are very
81.
happy to just come here and play this level, like Scott Taylor. Is there any reason why George Cressy can't do what Scott Taylor's done
58.
over the last couple of years in this building? Time will tell. I think the only reason we don't say a definitive yes is that we haven't seen
95.
the level of game that Taylor's delivered from Cressy just yet.
Well, me and Laura Turner were speaking last week about how winning means the same, but the reasons for winning here
60.
are completely different for different players. Because for some players, like Jack Drake, for example, he hopes a stepping stone to go on to bigger and better things on the PDC Pro Tour. For someone like Michael
100.
Huntley, this is like playing in his World Championship when he turns up here.
Yeah, I said that earlier in the week. I thought that weekly title that he earned in Series 14,
100. Michael, you
that
require
might be the biggest thing he ever does. He's hoping it isn't.
First dart to win a leg. Is it the
60.
bull?
George,
Is
you
it going to
require
be the only one he gets?
156.
Because Cressy's already taken out 2 ton toppers, but this would be much bigger than anything he's found so far. Another one of them leaves double 18. Just underneath. Gave it every chance.
That first start was so
100.
perfect.
Michael, you require 25.
Don't slip up this time, Mike. Well
Game
done.
shot on the fourth leg. Michael Huntley.
Keeps himself afloat, and importantly, that's a break back. Wins this one.
Fifth
He's back
leg
to
is
within one,
Michael
and then
to throw first.
forces
Game
the
up.
question of Cressy on serve.
If we can be frank here, Henry, Branley, Lesic and Huntley are
95.
all going to be in Group C.
Yes.
I think the only way that, say, Branley on 8 points can snag third position if someone in the top three's arms falls off.
100.
And that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, Huntley's under no pressure. He knows the Group C's calling his name. He's 10 points adrift of third position.
100.
But I'm going to say it now before he plays. Zvonimir Lesic is going to cause trouble today.
43.
He did yesterday. He's going to do it again.
And that could be either by some good darting or something that's going to make a spotter throw their headset halfway across the room.
Oh, I don't care if he does everything right or everything weird.
140.
Lesic is really watchable.
We'll come back to that. Because guess what? We've got a 138 to win the match.
Well, Huntley has got
Georgia
experience of beating Keith Della at the World Seniors.
Yeah, 76 scored.
That's a good shot. Should be going to the 10s now, or maybe even the 14s if he wants to leave double 10.
86. Michael, you require
That
150.
single gives him options if he comes back.
Unable to take out the 150, so Cressy will return for 52 to get up and
100.
running,
Georgia
to get off
require
to a winning
52.
start, and to lay down a marker to message Drayton and Vampire. It's double 16.
Game
It's
shot.
commanding
And the
from
match, George
Cressy.
Cressy.
The 4-1 success puts him to the top of the pile and poses the question of the two in behind him now. That the turn of the tape, average bang on 90, 4 from 6 on his doubles, a couple of ton plus checkouts. Cressy beats Huntley by 4 legs to 1. He moves 2 clear at the top of the table. Now it's down to Jack Drayton to respond. He takes on Zvonimir Lesic. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw George Cressy get the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1. Average just over 90, 4 from 6 on the doubles. 2 tub plus checkouts in there. Next up, the Series 13 champion, the now former champion, Jack Drayton, up against Zvonimir Lesic, the 49-year-old Croatian from the 24-gram McCoy, hoping to show he is the real McCoy on his live lounge debut. We've seen some decent stuff from him. We've also seen some chaotic stuff over the course of the first couple of days in this Group A. But all the eyes, all the attention is on Drayton, who now needs to follow up, having seen George Cressy, his rival, one of 3 players who began the day on 14 points, kick off with a opening 4-1 win. How can he respond against a player in Lesic who is probably best to be described as dangerous?
He is now. Didn't win a game on Monday. Won 3 yesterday. Could have been 4.
45.
He caused problems for a lot of people yesterday, but he's not caused much in the way of problems for Drayton.
97.
In their game yesterday, Jack won by 4 legs to 1, and the one leg that Lesic won, he took at that 1-2-4 on double 8
60.
when Drayton was sitting on a double, and he didn't go 14 bull, which created a situation where Jack's game face was broken.
60.
He couldn't believe he just did that, but it didn't derail him. Now, I do have some bad news for Drayton
100.
and for Bury Van Peer. George Cressy has started the day with a victory against the throw. George has still got 3 games to go with the darts.
137.
And considering he's just averaged over 90 in that first game, he's going to be pretty hard to catch.
180. Jack, you require 129.
Well, that maxi changes the complexion, potentially, of this leg. Could it find the treble? Not for the first time. He strayed
49.
winded off to the
Zonamir, you
left.
require
So Lesic will have a look at the
116.
116. Saw George Cressy take it out in the previous game. Can he find it to win the opening leg of this? He can, if he can get double 18 just on the
98.
inside.
Jack, you require 80.
Don't risk the treble. Go for the single 15 and give yourself a shot. Okay, take the risk. Just call him
James
Risk Man
Sonnerperson,
Jr.
Jack Drayton.
That is outstanding. That's
Second
knife-edge
leg is
darts at
Zonamir
its
to throw
best.
first. Game out.
Look at the confidence.
He just exudes it, doesn't he?
60.
I suppose a typification of a player his age. You wouldn't call him brash, but you wouldn't say he's overzealous
60.
with his confidence. But there's just a genuine belief within his game that he can step up on a knock, he can face anyone in any arena, and can believe he can get a
30.
result.
I think he understands where he is. He knows that he played his best darts in 2026 earlier in the year. In the previous series, he was a little bit under par,
45.
not in the good way. But from here on out in 2026, he's got to start pushing it.
135.
Here, development tour, wherever else he plays, it's time to work hard. We always say it in September to December, that's where dart players can
95.
make most of their money. That's where they can win their biggest titles. It's where they can get themselves into the biggest events. That is the case for Drayton.
140.
He could have an incredible few months coming up. Could have a Champions Week to play again. Could have a PDC World Championship to play in.
95.
He will have
Zonamir,
his
you require
pick
136.
if he plays well.
Well, Lesic can take his pick on the 136. And I'm sure he's going to find a fruity way to go for something at some
60.
point today. Well, return for the 76 level up.
All right, what's he going to do on 76 then? What's the weirdest way you could take out 76 and 2 darts?
45.
Double 13 ball?
Zonamir, you require 76.
Ironically, we were thinking on the exact same wavelength.
71 left. That's not out of the ordinary. That leaves 54. He's got me questioning myself as well.
36. Jack,
All
you
of these
require
little pauses he's
161.
taking, I'm thinking, what's he going to do? And I'm questioning what he's got.
Did I see a cold sweat on your face?
Not yet.
38. Zvonimir, you require 40.
We'll give it time.
Well, Lesic hoping this is a rather
30.
routine end to the leg,
Jack, you
but
require
a
123.
failure to finish the leg off has given Drayton this chance at 1-2-3. 4 darts missed at a double for the Croat.
That's what happens when you do risk the treble. It paid off in the first leg, but it has not paid off there.
83. Zvonimir, you require 10.
We'll have another little chat about Jack in the next leg, but first things first, Lesic look at a double 5. Moves on the inside. That is now 6 missed
No
opportunities at the outer rink.
Jack, you require 40.
And bearing in mind that he only missed 13 darts at double all day yesterday. This is not a great start on the outer ring for Lesic. It's a good
Game shot
start
on the
for
second
Drayton.
leg.
It's a somewhat
Jack Drayton.
fortuitous start as well. He could have been 2-0 down. He's 2-0 up.
Third leg is Jack to throw first.
Where are we at with Jack
Game
Drayton?
on.
Because I get a sense that because he had such a good start to the year, picked up those Dev Tour titles, won a series here, did we and maybe other people perhaps then as a
96.
consequence of it maybe expect a little bit too much too soon from Bossman Jr.?
Yeah, maybe. But I think you've got to understand that
60.
not everybody's Luke Littler. Not everybody's Wessel Nyman. Some people have spells where they can't stop winning, and that usually
58.
lasts about 3-4 months.
Because I suppose he came from quite literally nowhere
82.
to then the start of the year that he had where he mopped up pretty much everything on any circuit you could imagine. And then all of a sudden he's had a little bit of
44.
a lull. Not as if the levels dropped dramatically, but because he had such a good start, it feels more dramatic than perhaps it is.
Yeah, of course. When someone has a
41.
hot spell, you expect them to keep winning. Look at the development tour. Look at Sebastian Białowieski, his closest rival for the top spot in that order of merit. He's not going to catch him, obviously.
95.
But at one point, you think Sebastian's going to win every tournament. I mean, Sebastian is a famous dart player now. He's the second best player in Poland.
100.
Two-time Players' Championship victor. And when he was here, he created history because he was the first person to beat Luke Littler on a Saturday.
44.
So that's the kind of company he's keeping now.
And ironically, the first time he may ever play a Pro Tour event
140.
is
Jack
straight
Require
in as a tour card holder
164.
next year because it looks very likely he's going to get a card through the Dev Tour because he's more likely to finish P2 than anywhere else. And Białowieski, who's
84.
comfortably
Zvonimir, you
in the
require
top 64,
78.
is top and probably will finish top of that order of merit.
Double 12.
66.
Yesterday he was
Jack, you
exemplary on the
require
doubles
80.
at 52%. Today he can't hit a double with a hedgehog going towards a barn door.
Double top.
60.
Just drops
Zvonimir,
low.
you
So
require
Lesic
12.
here looking at double 12 to half the gap. Double 3.
Game shot in the third leg.
Well, he eventually
Zvonimir
gets there. It
Lesic.
took him 11 times to try him, but Lesic has a leg on the board.
Fourth leg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game up. $100.
He could have been 3-0 up in this game. He's had darts at double in every leg. As you can see, more than twice as many darts at double as Drayton.
134.
This is definitively the worst start that Drayton has made all week. In his first round over the last couple of days, he's been
60.
very reliable. 91.5 average. Getting lots of darts at double.
84.
Scoring 180s as well. This is a bit different. No 180s. Check out success is okay percentage-wise, but he's not getting a lot of darts at
100.
double, and his average is a good 18 points down in his usual from round one. So this is where he's got to scrap.
97. $44. $65.
Well, this hasn't quite been the Jack Drayton that we've come to expect. But it's
97.
one
Jack,
that
you're
at the
121.
minute is being able to get the job done. But Lesic is just tapping him on the shoulder. Double 14 for 1-2-1.
107.
And that would have been some way to have just kept
Zonomy, you
him at
require
arm's length.
100.
You wouldn't put this ton past Lesic one bit. Well, you will now. Drayton's not been at his best, but he has an opportunity
52.
here to
Jack, you require
really
14.
take charge of the contest. 3 in hand here at double 7 for the break and a 3-1 lead. It's double 2.
10.
It's not there.
Zonomy, you require 48.
6 darts missed and a double for Bossman Jr. to boss the game. And Lesic, double 16. That might actually be quite handy. It was very handy. And from 2-0 down, Lesic levels up at 2-2. But perhaps what
is Jack
will
first. Game up.
further deepen the problems of Bossman Jr. is the fact that Lesic has been allowed 41 darts to win those couple of legs.
100.
It's not a great game, but it's still very important. And if you are very, very mature
16.
in these situations, you can understand that you've had 4 legs of trudge, but there's still possibly 3 legs to go. So if you're going to have your best portion of the game, have it now.
100.
Just wanted to keep an eye on Drayton when he approaches the hockey next time. Because when this third dart goes in, he's already walking in.
135.
I tell you what, if he goes to the tour next year and he does that to some people, they're going to have a word with him. Good luck doing that with Mervyn King.
97.
If he was to play it at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool, the
60.
second referee would have him cited for that. He's going to have to be wary of it.
Well, we do have exclusion rules here, and if there is a problem with repeat offenders, there is protocol to give the players an official warning about it.
Jack, you require
Our camera ops
83.
are really digging Jack out here.
Yeah, he might be digging himself out of this mess. Great
Game
shot,
shot,
great
fifth
leg,
leg, Jack
perfectly
Drayton.
timed. Now he just needs one more to keep pace.
6th leg is Zonomy to throw first. Game
Come
up.
what may, he is going to be in second position in round number 2. He can't catch Cressy because of the leg
100.
difference. But that's very much a next round problem.
134. $83. 100. 81.
Curiously, round number 2 today is Drayton versus Cressy. And that's where Cressy has the darts.
59.
I just wonder if Drayton's cooking up to something here. Starting to find his best form at the end of this match is not a bad ploy. It's not intentional.
47.
But if he can have some good legs with a win leading into round 2, that's going to be a fascinating game 4.
I should say it hasn't been pretty, but it looks like Drayton's putting his foot on the throttle when he needed to. 15 darts in the previous day, potential for 14 here to get the job done.
81.
He hasn't been at his sparkling best, but sometimes in these situations it is just about doing a job. Is it job done here?
Game
Yes,
shot.
it is.
And the match, Jack Drayton.
Saved his best to when it mattered. Back-to-back 15 darters and 2-2 to get it wrapped up 4-2. And Jack Drayton finds himself off the mark. He gets the better of the Croatian Lovomir Lesic by 4 legs to 2. Next up, Bevan Peer and Ryan Brandley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here before the break. Jack Drayton got the better of Zvonimir Lesic by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a pretty performance from Jack, but over the line he is. He joins George Cressy on to 16 points. Next up, Ryan Brandley takes on Barry Van Peer. For Barry, he's hoping to keep chase with Cressy and Drayton going head-to-head in match 4 of our morning roster. For Ryan Brandley, it's been a trying and testing week so far. He's the best of the rest as far as the bottom 3 are concerned. He will probably consign himself to a Group C campaign. Probably will have to if he loses to Berry here. The 29-year-old now, a semi-finalist in Champions Weekend Series. Well, that was really when he was at his peak and pomp in 2023. But Ryan Brandley, he's from Blythe. But people have been beating him this week, unfortunately for him. But he'll be hoping to go again in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. As for Barry Van Peer, it's been a quiet year for him. Not playing anything on the PDC Pro Tour, Challenge Tour. Has been doing a lot of his stuff on the NDB, the Dutch ranking system. It's where he got his way back into the Dutch team for the Six Nations tournament, which took place at the North Devon Resort in Ilfracombe in June. And I remember
96.
just before that tournament, well, and during the tournament, I had a chat with Berry, and he just said he wanted a bit of time away from the top level, and he just wanted to find fun again, enjoyment of the game, that pressure of the pro level being elapsed. And he said that the dream this year was to play for his national team, and that is exactly what he's been able to do. And it's more than likely that he's going to be playing for his nation at the Europe Cup in the Faroe Islands in September.
100.
There's a bit of a journey. Yeah, don't miss the Faroe Islands, otherwise you'll end up at the North Pole.
87. Barry, you require 170.
This will be some way to start your day. He's
100.
been very consistent over the last couple of days, Barry Van Peer. His best finish on Monday and Tuesday was 110.
Barry, you require 70.
So this, to get his day underway.
Game
No
shot
problem
the
with the
first
double
leg.
eight.
Barry Van
14
Peer.
Tata. Bionics off the board.
Second leg is Ryan to throw first. Game up.
With another perfect doubling start. One thing we can't ignore is that when Berry was playing in round 5 yesterday and on
140.
Monday, he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles on both occasions. And the final game we've got for you in this group on Pluto TV is Cressy versus Berry. The importance of that game very much depends on what Jack Drayton
60.
does and what Berry and Cressy do before then.
$45.
Yeah, Berry's been very smooth this week, and I think all statistics aside, to see him playing this smoothly again is a joy.
66.
Because he's an excellent dart player. He's a former weekly winner here, a former series semi-finalist.
140.
It feels like his technique's just gone through a real rough patch, but it feels like he's back.
I think he's found a level where he's enjoyed, to be perfectly honest with you.
45.
And I'll be intrigued to see whether he enters the list for Q School. Because I get the sense that he's enjoying his darts as much now as perhaps he ever has done. Playing on the NDB, playing here. He said he wanted
59.
to come back here. This was actually the first place on his list in 2026, was to come back to the Super Series. Because he enjoyed his times here in Portsmouth last time he
83.
played
Barry,
here,
you
and
require
it
123.
was no surprise that playing here and then the success that followed on the Challenge Tour kind of fell hand in glove. It's not going to happen with the 103 combination.
45.
So Bradley here, 107 to square up.
Ryan, you require 107.
Needs a treble. He doesn't get it. So Berry could stretch his
87.
lead.
Berry, you require 78.
And Branley hasn't won in round 1 this week.
$72.
Oh, that's a couple of mistakes that you didn't
Ryan, you
expect, and
require
Branley does have a
20.
chance of equalising here.
$10. Berry, you require 6.
Usually when Branley misses 3 darts at double, he's angry. But there's no reason to be angry today. Don't spend that emotion too much. Got to give it a go, Berry.
3.
At least he gave it a
Ryan, you
go.
require 10.
Yeah, just overshoots it. So Branley back 3 and had a double 5 to get us back on level terms.
Game shot in the second leg.
No mistake
Ryan
that
Branley.
time. On is even.
Third leg is Berry
Yeah,
to
Monday
throw
morning,
first.
Ryan was using
Game up.
what looked like a prototype dart. By the end of Monday, he was using this set. So maybe the prototypes just need a little bit more work.
60.
I mentioned Berry in the Six Nations, and because of how a lot of countries now are going about their selection process within the WDF system, it's now weighted towards players showing more commitment to their ranking tournaments, to their local events. And Berry's kind of plotted his path
140.
and played in pretty much every single one of the NDP events in 2026. So he's pretty much going to be a permanent fixture in that Dutch team. And when he did play at the Six Nations
140.
in June, for me, he was by far their best player. He was the glue that kind of
95.
held it all together.
Well, let's be honest. Based on form, he's a better player than Brouwer. He's a better player than Danny van Tripers right now.
70.
There were other players in that team, and you have to say that Van Pierre is the best in that system.
96.
But he's not the best player in the Netherlands. Based on rankings right now, that is Van Veen. Based on form, it is Wessel Nijman.
At this, though, I'm not
121.
quite sure where the
Berry, you require
Netherlands is. You'd probably say
110.
Jamai van den Heerik's the best Dutch player without a tour card, but there's not many having great campaigns, as Van Peer looks at double
78.
16 for the 110.
Ryan, you require 38.
Straight for it. Straight to 8.
22. Berry, you require
But he's
32.
thrown more darts like that this week than I've seen in the last few years. Just a little bit erratic.
Game shot in the third leg.
Van Peer
Berry
really
Van
does take
Peer.
advantage.
An ironic
Well, there goes
gilding
Ryan
as
to go
well as he
first.
moves
Game
2-1 to the goods. But in terms of Dutch players without a tour card, you'd say the only two that you could make an argument have had really good seasons.
96.
It's probably Van den Heerik and probably Martijn Dracht. Other than that, it's not been too many that's really done anything to write home
46.
about.
What about Angelo Balsamo?
Yeah?
$46.
The Netherlands do occupy 25%
170.
of the world rankings in the top 16. I think that's an incredible feat for such a small country. But they have levels. Lots of them.
95.
There was a time where this sport at the elite level was just about England. It's very cosmopolitan now because there are players who can do that.
180.
He's just done a reverse albatross. 171st, then a 180. Can he back it up with a ton plus finish on the end of it?
25. Berry, you require 105.
So far, it feels like of the three, Bay Van Peer is the one that's got out the gate the best of anybody.
73.
But for the second consecutive leg, he misses a dart at double 16 for a ton plus combo.
It'll come at some point today.
100.
I think it's
Berry, you
becoming
require
very, very clear
32.
that Branley's battle today is to try and keep a hold of 4th position.
No score.
He's found the gap, but
Ryan,
not the
you
gap he
require
wanted.
139.
He should be going for 42 tops here.
Only 64
91.
remaining. Plots his
Barry, you
path
require
eventually,
32.
but I think he spent too much time with Volodymyr Lesic.
Game shot in the fourth
He
leg.
is 3-1 down. I'm not
Vampire.
against that, what he just did, but that's not his usual
Fifth leg
MO.
is Berry to throw first. Game on.
What's going through that young man's mind right now?
84.
Ryan is a very astute kid. He knows all of his shots, but I think he got twisted in knots right there.
100.
I think if we were to give him a little bit of advice going into the second half of the week, it would be stop thinking.
96.
Just let your natural talent sing. Sometimes young players can become too complicated. They can think about averages, performances,
100.
points tables, bits of equipment. The best thing to do with people like Ryan right now is to get his darts case and completely trim it down.
137.
You've got those 3 barrels for the rest of the week. You've got these flights and stems. Go out there and do your thing. That's it.
Connor Scott's a great example of somebody who overthought and overcomplicated everything
140.
because he was so in tune and then has dialed it back, and look how much of a better player he is now as a result.
Nothing wrong with being creative and a little bit
136.
different.
Ryan, you require 161.
Every now and again, you just got to play textbook darts.
It's been a textbook performance from Barry Vampire. Yes, he's missed 10 darts
Barry,
and a
you
double.
require 48.
The scoring has been absolutely magnificent. He's outpowered, outmaneuvered his opponent in that department.
Game shot.
And he seals
And
a
the match,
4-1
Barry
win
Vampire.
as a result. Average of 92.5 despite those 10 missed darts and a double. Barry Vampire's on the board. He moves on to 16 points, knowing that one of Cressy and Drayton have to drop points next because they play each other next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Theatre. Before the break, Bay Vampire got the better of Ryan Brandley by 4 legs to 1, average of 92.67, despite missing 10 darts and a double in that contest. And so to the first meeting between the top 3 players in the group. George Cressy and Jack Drayton going head-to-head, the top 2, following 11 games. Hardly separable, 16 points apiece, just the 1 leg in legs difference apiece, plus 16 for George Cressy, plus 15 for Jack Drayton. Even in the legs won, there's just a couple of legs between the two. Cressy having won 38 and Drayton winning 36. And in terms of their opening results, Cressy got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1, whilst Drayton kind of had to labour towards a 4-2 win over Zonomir Lesic.
George to throw first.
But as you mentioned at the beginning of the programme, George Cressy has the throw in 3 of the 5 matches, but importantly, 2 of those matches, he has the honour against Messrs Drayton and Vampire.
Yeah, he's got 4 games left and he's got the throw 3 times. That has to be an advantage, surely.
100.
We've had 1 ton plus average this week from Berry Vampire in round 5 on Monday. It might take something like that to displace someone like Cressy, Drayton, or indeed
100.
Vampire himself. And I think a crucial factor here is also that the head-to-head records between Cressy, Drayton, and Vampire, they're all 1 game apiece. You said they're inseparable. In most facets, they are inseparable.
59.
The only thing that does separate them is the leg difference in the table.
But that might well be the all-important factor. And it is actually one of those groups as well, which...
76.
Remember, if the top 2 are tied on points, legs difference, legs won, the deciding factor is the head-to-head
60.
records between the 2 players involved.
Meaning this game could be crucial.
65.
Now, if in this group, obviously, it'd be straight head-to-head. In Group C and Group B, if both players are tied, say they both win their matches 4-1 one way or the other, it will then go down to the averages of the group.
58. Jack, you require 120.
This could be a really good start for Jack. Nice and high on the single. And obscured tops.
100. Georgia require 124.
If he's going to go somewhere in this game, that's a shot he's going to have to master.
Just squeezes in. Takes a step back, having realised he had just to take a second out. It's double 11 for the 1-2-4, and perhaps the first blow. A big blow. And it goes away at George Cressy, and already that is his 3rd ton plus checkout of the morning.
He was here first. Through the door earlier than usual. Got here at just after 7:10. Walking through the north end of Portsmouth at 7 a.m. as the sun was rising and the birds were chirping. He got here with intention.
They don't chirp, they just bellow.
140.
What kind of birds you got in your garden?
Annoying ones. Wake me up all the time. Don't get me started on the foxes.
91.
Nearly ran one over last night.
That kind of happens when you're driving around Portsmouth at around about 12 o'clock at night, though.
Yes, it
140.
Yes, it was trying to steal some stuff from my bin, and then as my headlights came over, started making a dash for the middle of the road. It's just,
85.
they're just
Jack,
annoying pests.
136.
Drayton's got to be a pest right now. 96 is target now.
58.
He doesn't get it, but Cressy's got a chance of doubling the lead with another ton plus checkout. This one's the hardest of the bunch. He should really have been going for the 25 or bull with the second dart.
90. Jack, you require 78.
May just be 1, but he's going to get the luxury of 2 at double 12 to square up
Game shot on the
14
second
dart
leg. Jack
riposte.
Drayton.
Level at 1 apiece. There is a
Alright,
level in there
George
from
to go
Jack Drayton today,
first.
but the problem
Game
is
up.
it's felt a little bit all or nothing thus far in the, 8 legs that we've seen from him so far?
60.
Because we saw that spell, didn't we, towards the end of that game against Lesic, where he piled in back-to-back 15s, but then the couple of legs before, it was rather ordinary.
140.
Trying to figure out who's going to win this group. We can surmise that it is fairly simple. On paper, it doesn't look simple.
100.
But if you're Drayton, you're playing game 14 against Michael Huntley. You're playing someone there that you've beaten twice this week. What you would like
100.
in that match, before Cressy plays Barry Van Peer, is for us to say, if he wins that game, he wins the group. If that isn't the case,
140.
his worst case scenario is beat Huntley to set a target that someone might not catch. And when I say someone, I mean one of the two.
140.
Because if they can both catch him, it's going to be a shootout at the end between Cressy and Berry. And we did hear from Jack yesterday morning.
105.
He did
Jack
say that his
Cook,
motivation this week is to
121.
get the days off.
Triple 17 for the bull. Bullseye to hit back with a ton topper of his own.
96. Georgia
quite
require
there.
96.
And you just fancy Cressy, don't you, over these sorts of combos?
Game shot on the third leg.
fancied it,
George
Henry.
Cressy.
He fancied it too, and that's why he's 2-1 up.
Fourth
Very,
leg is
very
Jack to throw
effective on the
first.
doubles so
Game up.
far. 4 out of 6 in his first game. Here he's 2 from 3. He's keeping up that ratio.
Like a tube of Pringles. Once he goes
99.
pop, pop, he just can't stop. He's had the 106, the 105, the 124, now the 96
100.
added to the mix.
Are you hungry or something? You've had the real McCoy. You've talked about somewhat curvaceous potato
125.
chips with a moustache. Next thing, someone's going to be on 170. You're going to say they're very, very ready and salted.
180.
Basically, just get me a packet of crisps. I'll do the rest of the game. Just you know, French fries, discos,
45.
whatever. Skips, salt and shake.
Are you okay? Now, Drayton on 232. This is a number where you can bring the bullseye in to leave a finish,
97.
but only if you don't find a treble with the first 2 darts. Like it. Stay there.
73.
That went
Georgia
well,
require
then it didn't go well
124.
at all.
Take some here to get the break and lead 3-1. All about the recovery from here.
Yeah, 66 left.
66 remaining. Just clarifies it with our
68.
referee, George Baker. And we'll be back for a single to double when he returns to give himself a bit of daylight.
Yeah, 83 left. 127.
That's great darts.
Georgia require 56.
But maybe too late. Cressy's already taken out all of his combinations in this game.
Did you see that face Jack Drayton pulled in the background?
46.
He gets a
Jack,
gift.
you require 32.
He's going to have to unwrap it because it might be the only gift he gets.
He didn't expect this chance. Let's get that right. You can see it in the background. He thought it was going to be 3-1 down and his opponent
James on
phoned for the
fourth leg,
match.
Jack Drayton.
He gets a gift
Fifth leg
He
is
opens up
George
the
to throw
parcel.
first. Game up.
and he levels this game at 2-2.
You just made me aware of something, by the way. If Henry Coates were to play on this stage and George Baker was the
83.
referee, you'd have a butcher and a baker, but you wouldn't have a candlestick maker. I wonder if anybody does that and plays darts who we can get here for the perfect game.
44.
Anyway, moving swiftly on.
Closest I can think of is having co-Stompe here. So a butcher, a baker, and a matchstick.
96.
Man,
You are stretching there. But Cressy should have been stretching his lead. The fact that he didn't makes this game even more interesting. Now, I wonder
100.
if this game is 4-3 either way. Is that the ideal result for Barry Van Peer? Because Van Peer is 5 legs behind Jack Drayton. He's 6 behind
58.
Cressy. The tighter this game is, the better it is for Van Peer, whose game in hand is against Lesic. He could do with beating the Croat by a
57.
distance.
this
60.
is where Drayton would be disappointed with the previous visit because now he needs to find 2 trebles to leave himself on an out, and even then that would be a 160. However, by filling it up, he is a favourite to win this leg, and to get that break to see him on the hill and throwing for the match.
What did I say earlier in the game? If he wants to go further in this sport,
60.
this is a shot he's going to
Jack,
have to
you require
master.
120.
Might be easier if he gets the single first. Doesn't matter if you don't get the treble second.
100. George, you require 144.
Well, he's not going to find another big one, and this game has, over the course of the last couple of
58.
minutes, wrestled away from
Jack,
George
you
Cressy.
require
Had an
20.
opportunity to lead. Play 3 legs to 1, missed a couple of darts at double.
Game shot of the
Drayton
fifth
pinched
leg,
his
Jack
pocket
Drayton.
and now breaks him. Leads 3-2, and now with a
Sixth
dart
leg
to
is
get over the
Jack to
line
throw
and to
first.
open up
Game
that
on.
temporary 2-point buffer.
It's only a 2-point buffer if he wins the game.
59.
It's so much more advantageous if he wins by 4 legs to 2 because the leg swing is bigger. You win 4-3, it's a 2-leg swing. 4-2, it's a
45.
4-leg swing. That would take Drayton to 18 points. It would put him on plus 17, and it would reduce Cressy to plus 14.
140.
I wonder if Jack will spend a bit of time on the golf course with a couple of days off.
58.
I did ask him yesterday, did he bring his sticks with him? And he said no.
132.
I like that because it means he's fully focused on what he's doing here.
So what you're saying is he's not going to spend any time playing pitch and putt with an absolute
134.
bandit
Jack, you
this
require
time around when he's here.
170.
He's pitching his tent in this game. Cressy is very much on the back foot.
120.
In fact, he's so much in the bunker, he's covered in sand.
Got to say, this has been a real rally from Drayton. From 2-1 down, had darts against him to go 3-1 behind.
140.
He has really
Jack, you
dialed
require
in. He's
50.
really switched on. He's really turned up the ante. He's been doing the good stuff when he's needed to do the good stuff. And this, to put himself 2 points clear.
30.
But a couple of match
George, you
darts have
require
come and gone. And we've already seen Cressy
124.
take this finish out in this game.
One route left. So hang on. And that route has a roadblock.
56.
So
Jack, you
Drayton's now
require
got double
20.
10 to win this by 2.
Game
And
shot.
a 4-2
and the
win
match,
it is for Jack Drayton, saving his best when he needed it the most. Cressy came charging out the traps. That 1-2-4 finish to start. Had darts to lead the game 3-1, but that was the key turning point because Cressy missed those darts and didn't win another leg. Drayton put his foot to the floor, average of 98.7, 4 for 9 on his doubles, and it is he who moves 2 points clear at the top of the Group A table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where you may have just seen the first power play in this race to win Group A before the break. Jack Drayton with a 4-2 win over George Cressy moves him 2 points clear at the top of the table, ahead of Bay Van Peer's meeting with Zonomir Lesic in Game 6. But prior to that, we're going to see two of the bottom three go head-to-head as Ryan Branley takes on Michael Huntley. Effectively, these two are going to be plying their trade in Group C on Thursday and Friday. So this to give themselves a bit of a sway in terms of the
First leg
personal
is Ryan to throw first.
head-to-head
Game on.
between the pair. Meeting number 3 for these two this week. And in terms of their
140.
previous couple of matches, one apiece. Branley won the meeting on Monday in a last leg decider 4-3 before Mike won yesterday's
140.
encounter by a 4-2 margin.
$60.
I think the two people in this group who have got license to be more frustrated than anybody else are these two. You've played some good stuff at
60.
times. They've played some bad stuff at times. That can't continue tomorrow and on Friday.
57.
It's as simple as that. Both know what it's like to get to the final game of the week. In the case of Branley, multiple times.
100.
Very much a player knocking on the door, bursting at the seams of a Maiden Super Series triumph. I'm
60.
sure he's going to be one of the 12 names involved in the rising stars at the end of the year, which, when we do head to post-Champions Week 14, there will be a
100.
number of different specials weeks that will be played after the Global Championship.
To be fair, Henry, I think that Rising Stars week
Michael, you
is
require
going to be a
101.
lineup that is better than most Super Series weeks.
It was the best week of the year last year in terms of
49.
standard quality, just
Ryan,
everything you want to
require
see from a week.
63.
I'm sure it's going to be no different this time around.
Not the end of the world, that one. Tops for the first leg.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, that is a
Ryan
really
Branley.
good dart for two reasons. One, it gives him the lead. And
Second
secondly,
leg is
yesterday
Michael
on
to throw
tops,
first. Game
he
on.
was awful. And that is not me sending a dispersion his way. He was dreadful on it.
140.
He knows he was, but obviously he's worked on it this morning. That was a really good shot. There are certain other Northumbrian words that you could use to describe how he was on tops yesterday,
97.
but only myself and Mr. Branley will know those words and can utter them to each other.
And the fact it's 10:51 in the morning probably adds an extra bit of dynamic to it as well.
Doesn't make
86.
any difference in the northeast of England. Calling a spade up there, that's what they do.
44.
If something's not very good, that's exactly what they're going to say. They don't dress anything up north of the River Tyne.
65.
So if he can find tops with a bit more regularity, or indeed just get closer to it and give himself more
80.
chances,
Michael, you require 160.
he'll be moving in the right direction.
Another. Couldn't quite follow up, but he has got the luxury of a couple of visits to
128.
get us back onto level terms. So we'll return for 32 after a dozen.
80.
That
Michael,
is
you require
not
32.
touching. It's a group which features Bay Van Peer. We had an
Game shot
is
the
it
second
in
leg,
moment
Michael
as Huntley
Huntley.
finds double 16 to level up at one apiece.
Third leg is Ryan to throw first. Game up. $83.
Now let's look at Group C, shall we? Because both of these players are going there. Neil Wilde, Carl Wilkinson and Connor Hopkins. We don't know what we're going to get from Connor. Hasn't been here for a long time. Still a young man. Might even know Mike Huntley very well because they're both from Wales. You know what you're going to get from Wilkie, Carl
58.
Wilkinson. He's going to be steady. Neil Wild, however, I think he's a tricky customer. So if you put Branley, Huntley, Lesic,
78.
with those three, pick 2. Good luck feeling confident.
140.
Well, last time we saw Carl was just before the Six Nations. And following that tournament, it felt like he's got a bit of a point to prove.
100.
It wasn't a great campaign for England. And being the skipper, you shoulder that responsibility. So I reckon we'll see a razor-sharp Wilkie, pardon the
41.
pun,
Michael,
tomorrow
you
and
require
Friday afternoon.
143.
All right, bring that up in the next leg. I've got a point of view. And I'm not going to keep my opinion to myself.
60.
It's okay. He's on a finish. 2 data. But be prepared for pressure. Oh
69. Michael, you require
That was going so
83.
well, then all of a sudden it went really poor. Bullseye for Michael.
58.
Now, Branley should have been on something
Ryan,
a little
you
less than
require
this, but 2
110.
deflections have cost him.
However, it's missed a big number, and that
70.
last dart was a dart
Michael,
thrown
you
in
require
sheer frustration.
25.
He's being outplayed here, Ryan Branley, but he had an opportunity there to hit the front at 2-1. Huntley double 8. 2 4s.
Game
And
shot
there
the
is
third
the
leg.
break
Michael
for the
Huntley.
Welshman.
So why did England have a bad Six Nations?
Fourth leg
My
is
point of view is
Michael
this.
to throw first. Game up.
The England team have got good players. They've got some excellent dart players.
100.
But do they have their strongest team? Because a lot of the people who qualify at amateur level are starting to play
80.
tournaments, not qualifying events to play for their country. If you think that's a new thing, think again. People have been doing that for the last 30 years.
100.
And the dynamic of the sport's completely changed.
That I can 100% get on board with.
81.
Because you think about what this level was like before COVID and after COVID. Before COVID, if you weren't on the Pro Tour, some players had dabbled on the Challenge Tour. A lot of them went to the BDO.
135.
All right. I've got one for you. In relation to the England team and its strength, how about this one? Why isn't Michael Huntley playing for Wales? Because he's focusing on ADC local stuff and playing here. That's his
55.
priority. There are plenty of English dart players and Welsh players and Scottish players who could potentially don the shirt, but have decided that they don't
134.
want to. Why is that? It's because they want riches from their sport. They don't want to just
140.
represent
Michael,
their
you require
country.
32.
They want to get money and titles.
Game
And
shot
that's
the
what
fourth
Huntley
leg. Michael Huntley
has done in 2026.
Well,
The
that
leg
is his
Ryan
second
to throw first.
consecutive
Game up.
13 darter on throw in this game, making himself virtually
134.
impossible to break.
Indeed. We know that Michael Huntley's a great dart player,
100.
but we have not seen this level from him this week until now, which is really nice to see.
We saw this at Champions Week. We saw a level from Michael
134.
consistently that I don't think we may have seen before. And it looked like even though he didn't qualify through, and he was very disappointed not to qualify through, he was taking some giant leaps
140.
in the right direction. But Monday, Tuesday, as you say, it just maybe felt like a little bit of a regression back to the mean.
47.
But this is very, very productive from Babyface.
Kind of harsh to call himself babyface against Ryan Branley.
140.
I mean, if Disney wanted to make up an image of a fresh-faced darting
90.
kid, they
Michael
might as well
Hugo,
just do an AI
121.
picture of Branley.
for the match. It's the bull. It's
Game
there.
shot.
It's brilliant
And
for Michael Huntley. A 4-1 victory, an average north of 103. And that is more like the man who made it through to Champions Week last time out. Brilliant from Babyface. That's the tale of the tape. Ryan Brandy got the one dart and a double in the very first leg of the contest. Once Huntley got the ball, there was no stopping him. 2 legs of 13, a 12-darter in there as well. Michael Huntley is in business at long last. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Michael Huntley with the performance of the day so far, average of 103.65 and a 1-2-1 checkout to get the better Ryan Branley by 4 legs to 1. And so next up we're going to see Barry Van Peer, who's looking to draw level with Jack Drayton at the top of the table.
To throw first. Game on.
He takes on Zonomir Lesich, now as a result of that win by Michael Huntley before the break, finds himself
60
at the bottom of the table. Did cause Jack Drayton, one or two problems, posed a couple of
100.
questions in his opening game. Led 2-1 before Drayton then really put his foot to the floor. 1-4-2 in the end, courtesy of back-to-back 15
100.
darters. That's a Berry, his first game. Saw him get the better of Ryan Branley 4-1. It was a good performance, averaging 92.5. That was despite missing 10 darts at a double against the
100.
Northumberland kid.
Yeah, people are playing rather well against Ryan today.
100.
I'm sure Jack Drayton will be hoping he's playing well against Branley in game 10, but he's got something rather different to worry about
45.
before then.
Barry require
A guy called Barry Van Peer,
121.
who was about to have a very interesting section of his day. Because
89.
he's lifted himself on 32 after 12, a very good sign. But Barry plays this game and the game after the next
40.
one.
Barry, you require 32.
2 games in 3. Could be a very productive
Game shot in the first
section of the
leg,
day, and he
Barry
starts
Van
with a
Peer.
13-dart break. Look at his demeanour.
Second leg is Barry to throw
He looks
first.
relaxed.
Game
He looks focused. He doesn't look like he's in any sort of discomfort. He's the danger man.
100.
Carries on playing like this. We'll have to call him Berry Van Imperious.
How long have you been waiting to say that?
About 25 seconds.
140.
I don't have prescripted lines, Nico. I'm not one of them commentators.
70. $60.
If Zvonimir is not careful in this game, he's going to get trampled.
91.
So in order to make sure that you don't get trampled, you've got to get to a finish.
160.
He can't do that. And Van Peer's already there. Doing what?
140.
Not doing that. But he has the benefit of time.
What a shot that would have been from Van Peer.
92. Barry, you require 20.
Double 10.
He needs a boomerang for this shot.
No score.
That was
Zonomy, you
very
require
close to
109.
impossible because of the way his darts behave in the final 20% of flight. He's got the route right, but he hasn't got the execution correct. Well, Van Peer is better off going for double 10 in the top 50% because if it goes on the outside, he does have a
57.
little bit
Barry,
of
you
clearance
require
underneath
20.
if he needs it. That's not too bad. That's not great. He can go over the top from the other side, but if you can do
Game
that,
shot in the second leg. Barry Van Peer.
all's well that ends well.
Third leg is Vonnemeer to throw first.
And this is a guy, Barry Van Peer, who has got levels.
140.
PDC World Masters last year against Christian Kist. So he got his highest career average of 117.88.
140.
This is how good he is. But I suppose if there's one kind of criticism of Berry
41.
is we know he's got that level in the locker, but we've never really been able to see him follow up something good.
140.
Here's a little story for you. I think it's almost forgotten that Barry Van Peer has made the World Youth Final at Minehead. He lost to Corey
60.
Cadby. Prior to that final, I have never bumped into as many people who wanted one person to win that final as Barry.
105.
Everybody was behind him. Not many people wanted Cadby to win that final for various reasons. But Cadby was too good on the night.
116. Yeah, 40 scored. 47. Zvonimir, you require
Oh, can
160.
Lesic chip back with a biggie? Can't be done now.
40. Barry, you require 69.
And Pierre looking at 69.
29. Zvonimir, you require
Able
120.
to nestle the tops in, and so Shanghai here for the Croatian, but that drift wide into the 5, sees the shot off.
$82. Barry, you require 40.
So this for free zip. Tops is
James on the third
found.
leg. Barry Van Peer.
Double break accrued.
Fourth leg is Barry to throw first. Game up.
He's just way better than the Croat. It's as simple as that.
57.
He's making a 95 average look very normal. There aren't many Croatian players who can live with a 95 average, let's put it
55.
very bluntly. Boris Kuchma probably can. Well, you know he can. Romeo Gerbovac. There are other players
140.
who are very hard to pronounce. In fact, when we have a Croatian player come here to Portsmouth, we spend about 3 hours on Monday morning practicing how to say their
140.
name properly.
Second consecutive week that we've seen a Croatian play here. We saw Neven Rosetta play
96.
in the opening week of Series 15. I know you're an anorak of darts anywhere in the world. Where would you say that particular region is at this present moment in time?
76.
On an upward curve. More players taking part, players improving, more players taking part in Eastern European qualifiers for European Tour events.
140.
There's even a whisper on the grapevine that in the next 5 years, there could be a European Tour event in Croatia. That could be the biggest thing that ever happens to
140.
Bolton
Barry
darts for
requires
me.
68.
But no good thing is happening to a Balkan player right now.
Game shot.
Because
of
Barry
the
Van
match, Barry
Peer has
Van
put the
Peer.
cap on what is another stupendous performance. Average just under 97 despite some missed darts and a double. The 15 darter gets it done. It was a 13 darter to get things started. And for BVP, he's very much making a charge on Wednesday. Question now is, how could George Cressy respond from that defeat to Drayton earlier on this morning? He takes on Ryan Branley in a few moments' time. So this is what we've seen so far this morning. The final day of Group A. We began with 3 players tied at the top on 14 points. And in the case of Jack Drayton and Barry Van Peer, it's been a perfect start to the day. The key battle so far was match number 4, where Jack Drayton got the better of George Cressy 4-2. So Cressy, as a consequence, has lost ground on 16 points. He plays in the next game here against Ryan Branley to ensure of another 3-way tie at the top of the table. Jack takes part in his second big game in match 8 when he faces Barry Van Peer. So again, a meeting of the top 2 that has straggled on an equilibrium in terms of points. And so the games just keep getting bigger. And for George Cressy, the stakes potentially couldn't be any higher. The margin for error pretty much to nil. If you lose this one to Ryan Branley, he can pretty much kiss goodbye. And he hopes he'd have a win in the group, because he'd be guaranteed, no matter what, to find himself 4 behind with 4 left to play for, because Drayton and Van Peer go head-to-head in Game 8 of the morning session. Up against Ryan Branley, who is still searching for his first victory of the session. 2-4-1 defeats has got his Wednesday underway.
Well, let's start with a bit of good news for George, because anybody who's had a 2-0 record against someone coming into today and has already played them for a third time has beaten them 3-0 for the week. I'm talking about Cressy against Huntley,
27.
Drayton against Lesic, and Van Peer against Lesic. They were all 2-0 up, and they all made it 3. Cressy is 2-0 up on Branley.
93.
He needs to make it 3.
Which effectively tells you more than anything else the sheer dominance that the top 3 have had against the other 3 in
57.
this particular group.
Yeah, and by virtue of a win for Cressy here, it would be 3 games played, 3 defeats for Branley today, which would echo what he did yesterday.
92. $140.
Just going to get your viewpoint, Henry, on something that we were speaking about with Trent yesterday in the next leg. Ryan is 18 years of age.
100.
He's been playing high-level darts since he was a young teenager.
95.
If darts doesn't work out, what does he do?
16.
That comes with its own pressure. That's not a bad lead from
60.
Cressy, that, because if you get the treble 20 and you miss your next target, you could be a little bit cornered. At least this way you've still got
Georgia
plenty of
56.
options on primary doubles.
Double top it is.
Game shot on the first day.
And
George
double
Cressy.
top got. You make a very good point. And
Second egg is Ryan to throw first. Game up.
we're not talking about one player in particular. We just talk as a broad church. This sport doesn't work
42.
out for everybody. Not everyone that we say they're going to be a star ends up being a star. And I'll give you an example of that. Keelan Kay.
140.
Somebody who, when we launched this project 6 years ago, was being touted as the next big superstar, the next one off the assembly line.
62.
It didn't quite work out for him. We haven't seen him here for quite a while now. He's back home in Plymouth and he's doing what he does, whatever he does day by day. But I do think that there is a responsibility that the sport
16.
has now, because of the high-profile nature of it, because of the fact more kids than ever aspire to be a professional dart player, that it needs to be held on the same pedestal as other sports do when they bring through youngsters.
140.
We speak about it in terms of football, with football clubs where there's now an academy after program. So if they do not make the grade, if they do not make the cut, there's other things they do within that academy
140.
system when they're there 9 to 5, which gives them life tools, life lessons, things they can do outside of this. I think the more academies grow, I think the more that manufacturers are taking on youngsters, the more that they've got to look at those
60. Georgia record
responsibilities, because
161.
for not every youngster does it work out for them?
Well,
57.
if you're going to go for 19s on 161 and you don't get the treble, you're better off going for the 17s with the second shot. So that's the second time today that we've seen just a
65.
little
Georgia require 104.
crack in the armour of approach work from George. It might still work out.
88. Ryan, you require
only way it doesn't
132.
In the next visit is if Branley gets something he's just about legal for. Doesn't strike me as a champagne kid.
94.
Looks
Georgia
like he's more
requires
into jelly
16.
tots.
Two eights.
Game shot on the second egg.
And
George
Tuna
Cressy.
is breaking hand. Is Nuki Brown Ale fashionable amongst the younger generation?
Third
No.
egg is George to throw first. Game on.
Not really. I think we talk about a very different spectrum of things being popular with under 21-year-olds these days.
96.
Screen time. But what's really interesting to me is that
100.
when I was 18 and I was living in Blythe, where Ryan is from, I thought maybe darts was my way out. It was my way to travel, to meet new people.
180.
That's what Ryan's done. He's done it way more before the age of 18 with the gift of the JDC and some other tour systems, and
57.
even this place as well over the last couple of years. I'm really happy that he's got these opportunities, but I still believe that if his life is going to thrive the way he wants,
77.
this sport is his way out of a town that has been somewhat down on its luck for a few years now. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I've been there recently. It's looked a lot better.
100. Georgia require 148.
This is going very well for Cressy. And he's on it. Second time he's hit that
Game
this
shot on
week.
the third leg. George
No time like the
Cressy.
present for a repeater, and that is a wonderful shot
Fourth
for
leg is
another
Ryan
Ton
to throw
Plus checkout
first.
today.
Game on.
That is number 4 for George Cressy.
122.
Michael Huntley got the 1-2-1, but other than that, that's it for the Ton Plus department on this Wednesday. Oh. How's he smothered 2 through that?
182.
We are starting to see that extra level from these top 3 players, aren't we?
100.
Barry Van Peer towards the 97 mark in the previous game. We've seen Drayton go to nearly 99. We've seen Huntley. He's not even in the top 3, averaging 103 today.
140.
And that's the best effort we've seen this week at the start of a leg. 5 perfect darts.
They really are proving to be a class apart.
57.
And it looks like this game is going to be done in very short order. Average of just over the ton for Cressy.
57.
Branley hasn't even had a dart at the outer ring in this game. And unless he can find something hefty here, then the likelihood of him finding the dart at the outer ring in this contest feels rather minimal.
95.
You can understand
Georgia require
why Branley looks a little bit
124.
flat. And Cressy is looking very inflated. He's already got this finish today.
Game shot.
And he's
the
done it
match, George
again.
Cressy.
The second time in as many games. And already that is 5 Ton Plus checkouts for the session for George Cressy. An average of 100.2. Back-to-back 12 darters. Back-to-back Ton Plus checkouts to win the last 2 legs of that contest. Branley didn't even get a dart at a double in that one. And so it is over to Jack Drayton and Barry Van Peer in a meeting between the top 2. The winner will move on to 20 points. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the big game is almost upon us. Game 8, Jack Drayton, Bay Vampire, both players on 18 points at the top of the table. George Cressy is temporarily at the top as a result of a 4-0 win over Ryan Branley before the break. 100.2 average, back-to-back 12 darters, 2 ton-plus checkouts. He's on 18 points plus 18, but the winner of this one between Drayton and Vampire will take the clubhouse lead after 13 rounds with 20 points to their name. And importantly, for Jack Drayton, it'd be his last match against one of his top 3 rivals, having beaten George Cressy 4-2 in his previous match. His last 2 come against Ryan Branley in Game 10 and then Michael Huntley in Game 14 for Vampire. His last 2 is against Huntley in Game 12, and then he would finish up his session against George Cressy, a game which could mean everything, a game which could mean nothing. Depends on how the tungsten tide turns.
100.
Now there's some next level thinking from Drayton.
60.
I wondered why he was going for the 25, but then the treble 20 tells you why. I was just going to say before he hit that shot, something's caught my attention on the result sheet today, but that's caught my attention even more.
100.
That's what these young players know about. Because we keep talking about it. Leaving the right number after 6 so you can leave a finish with your next 3 darts.
78.
I even bumped into an academy kid on Saturday just down the road in Worthing who was talking about having 406 with 1 dart in hand, and he should not be going for the 60. And I thought, wow, incredible. And he was 13. What's this?
139. Barry, you require 150.
Could have been a 15. As could this.
However, the 152 is off, and so Drayton will have a
Jack, you require 25.
couple in hand at the outer ring to get things started. 2 8s. Double 4.
Game shot in the first egg.
Puts Drayton in business. Puts Boss Man in control.
Second egg is Berry.
Now, the one thing that has caught my attention on the result sheet are the winning averages in the last 5 matches. 100, 97, 103,
43,
98 and 92. Usually on a Wednesday when there's a lot on the line, the standard goes down a little bit because of the nerves on the doubles. That's not happening.
82.
Do you get the feeling that this is bigger for Drayton than it is for Vampire? Because he's the one who's got to set the target by the time we get to game 14. Berry might have a chance to recover. I emphasise might.
95.
Because Vampire's leg difference is inferior to that of Drayton and Cressy.
As you mentioned, the other thing to point out is the fact that Jack Drayton would have finished his complement of matches against those in that race. So his last 2 would be against players down the bottom of the table, which 23. I suppose to a certain extent is a double-edged sword, because A, they're games he's expected to win, but because they're games he's expected to win, he cannot
61.
Take points off of anybody else. He can just add to his tally.
How about this one? This is the last time Drayton's going to have the darts in this group. If he doesn't take advantage of it, he might have to win 2 games against the throw.
121.
I think in his own mind, if he's looked at the fixture list, he'll say to himself, I'm going to have to win at least 2 of the next 3 to stand any chance of winning this group, because he gets the feeling that someone's going to go 3 from 3.
Vampire's left himself on top. Drayton moves across to find a treble to do likewise.
85. Berry, you require 40.
He's becoming a little bit more expressive now.
Game shot on the second leg. Berry Vampire.
And Berry isn't. He hits that tops. He ambles towards the board and does nothing.
You might call me absolutely stupid for what I'm about to say.
60.
On tenterhooks here. What you got?
Do you think Jack Drayton recently has been acting more like a darts player? And what I mean by that, is when we saw him here the first time around, and when he was winning the Champions League, we'd speak a lot about how his demeanour was cool, it was calm, it was collected.
100.
We didn't see any kind of outlet of emotion, kind of going back to the sort of stuff he'd do on the golf course. But are we now seeing a more
83.
expressive side? Maybe the more he's taken the darts seriously, as opposed to maybe some of the golf stuff we were talking about when we saw him here for the first couple of times.
88.
Let's see what you're saying. There's a good change or a bad change?
96.
I think there's a middle ground that if he can find will be perfect. Because
100.
I don't think there's anything wrong with sometimes letting out those pent-up emotions, but I think it's maybe finding that right time and place. It's not the first or last player, by the way, we're going to make that
Jack
statement
requires
about.
73.
2-8 for a 2-1 lead.
Game shot the
Yet
third
again,
leg, Jack
Drayton is
Drayton.
finding his best darts when it's needed. He did it earlier against Cressy.
Fourth leg is Berry to throw
He won that
first.
game by
Game
4 legs to 2. And he's in front again in this one.
up. 85.
But what did he do against Cressy? He found his best 2 legs of the match at the end.
180.
Well, what he's doing here, Jack, he's just timing everything perfectly. Just when there feels like there's a real
60.
flashpoint or a real pivotal moment in a contest, it's just where he's beginning to find his good stuff. Hang on. For a second, he was finding his perfect stuff.
85.
For literally 1 second. That's how darts can change so quickly.
Were you playing the literary game again?
180.
That's how quickly things can change.
96.
This game has reached another level now. We said earlier on, someone's either going to make a
100, Jack,
mistake
you're
or someone's going to do
140.
something genius. Could this be it? He just ran out of sisal.
100. Berry requires 76.
Big moments in this game, big moments in this group. Vampire is going to have 1 dart at double 18 to level up.
58.
He doesn't take. And the consequence of that is that Drayton has got 3 in hand at tops to get the break, which would give him the darts in the next to get over the line and to move on to 20 points. 13 darts, 2 legs won in the space of 27.
Third leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Before this game, he was 8 from 20 on the doubles, which is not bad at all. That's 40%. But in this game,
60.
he's cranked it by 20%.
You know I have that catchphrase, Nico, that timing is
61.
everything. Drayton's timing today has been more precise than a Swiss watch.
If he wins this group,
60.
I get the feeling he's going to get another tag. And I don't mean a Swiss watch. I mean,
96.
the tag would be big game player. Because at times in this group, he has fallen asleep for 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, but it's natural over 3 days.
85.
But if he were to beat Cressy and Van Peer and his subsequent opponents to win the group,
135.
it's undeniable. He's not just Boss Man Jr., he's a big game player.
$180.
Foot on the accelerator, and he may well be beginning to motor away at the top
59.
of the
Jack
group.
require 116.
This for a 2-point lead.
And not to mention the fact that he could be beating, in the head-to-head record, both of his closest challengers.
Game shot.
And he gets
the
it
match,
wrapped
Jack
up with a
Drayton.
ton topper. Jack Drayton moves 2 points clear and 1 step closer towards another Super Series Saturday. His timing at points has been immaculate. Some of his displays have been sublime. He beats Bay Van Peer by 4 legs to 1 to move 2 points clear at the top of the Group A table.
It's a really interesting morning here at the Modus Super Series. We've only got one more game coming up before 12 o'clock. It could be this one. We might even go into the start of Brandley Drayton before 12 o'clock. However, Jack has done an excellent job of making it to 20 points first, ahead of Cressy and Bury Van Peer. Van Peer will be back against Huntley in game number 12, but he has to watch Huntley first, up against Zvonimir Lesic. Lesic has not won a game today so far. Huntley won his previous game with an average of over 103, the best performance of the entire week. So if he can keep that going for the rest of the day, his confidence will soar ahead of a Group C campaign over the next 2 afternoons. I wonder if Huntley's Croatian has improved over the last 2.5 days.
45.
Would be funny if he did his interview in full Croatian by this time tomorrow.
That's right, that's a Sam Mulliner problem.
45.
Well, yeah, we have skipped through the matches, as you say, yet to see a game go 4-3 in this session.
100.
Never say that when Michael Huntley's around. Because 4-3 losses
100.
were his specialty over the last couple of days. He doesn't seem to have that burden today.
55.
And I'm not talking about Eric Burden, the former Welsh international.
Good player.
Yeah, someone that is highly respected by
60.
Richie Burnett. And everybody in Welsh darts who can remember him.
60.
Yeah, Babyface is using new darts at this point in time. He hasn't had them very long. In fact, I do believe he got them after winning his first
44.
week here in Series 14. I don't know about that. You've just done the biggest thing you've done in darts, arguably. And then your first thing is to change your equipment.
60.
Well, from what I've been told, there's not really much choice that's gone into it because since he won that week, he signed with a manufacturer, and so as a consequence of
60.
it, you know what happens better than anybody else. When you sign for a new manufacturer, you've got to use their setup.
You don't have to. Modern misconception.
140.
You can choose to. Ask Kirk Shepherd. When he was with a certain company based in the UK
Michael, you require
and had his darts
41.
released, he just stuck with his old ones. He didn't use the new ones at all.
Game shot in the
There's
first
nothing wrong
egg,
with these ones,
Michael
actually.
Huntley.
Because they're going in wherever he's throwing them at the
Second
minute.
egg is Vonneman to throw first. 140.
There's a lot of people coming through in the younger ranks these days, and they've got certain ambitions. I want my own dart shirt. I want my own darts. I want to have a little
100.
bit of a nickname. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But what's even cooler than that is,
80.
how about you can use whatever equipment you like? You can wear whatever you want within the rules. And just find out what it's like to win. Instead of
100.
needing things that other people have.
Go on, and let's get to your guilty pleasures. What was your want when you started out? What was that one
140.
thing? I'd like that. Oh, I'd want that.
I wanted to win.
100.
Nothing more, nothing
Vonneman, you
less.
require
Didn't want a dart steal.
141.
Didn't want my own shirt. I wanted to win. Lesic will have a very good chance of winning this second leg. He's wearing a shirt today that is not the same as Ryan Joyce's shirt, but it is fairly similar.
Yeah, it's one very much
91.
on the production line of that particular manufacturer. Not the first player to wear that. We've seen Henry Coates in a similar shirt to that. James Buckby in a similar shirt to that.
Yeah, I think James Buckby is
91.
one person
Vonneman,
who
you
will be
require 50.
not sick of the sight of this place, but sick of what this place has done to him.
Game shot in the second egg.
Look what Lesic has done there. 14 darted to equalise. And you think that Ryan Branley's got a
Third egg is
headache in
Michael
constantly
to throw
making finals
first.
and not
Game
winning.
up.
James Buckby's taking it up another notch in 2026.
Yeah, he's beginning to build a reputation as the Terry Jenkins of the Super
100.
Series. Constantly getting the finals, but still needing to get that elusive first under his belt.
125.
Just to answer your question about wants as you're getting older. You want a dart in your hand that works. A dart that you can trust.
58.
You want shoes on your feet and a shirt on your back that you don't even know are there when you're playing your best stuff. You don't have to think
60.
about things. If it's not comfortable, don't wear it. If it's not useful, don't use it. It's not rocket science.
60.
Was that why the waistcoat, shirt and tie very quickly went?
They were really comfortable until the stages were hotter, so I changed the look.
95.
I could have stuck with the shirt and tie look for years and years and years and realised this is not working, so I'm going to shift.
42.
So the referees have changed. See George Baker there looking all trendy in his sports polo. Once upon a time would have said, I don't care it's 32 degrees, George. You will put up a suit.
51.
You will do up your tie.
We have a more casual society these days.
140.
So it's me and you dressed up in polo shirts today. Once upon a time we'd be in blazers.
Speak for yourself. Bull!
Game shot.
Well, that's the biggest finish you can get, and Michael Huntley's had it hit against him. That was a reluctant fist bump right there because he's behind against Lesic. Again. This guy's good.
140.
Group C, watch out. This guy has figured out this stage after a potless Monday and a potless Wednesday so far. He's starting to hit more shots, and he is a bit of a difference maker at times.
100.
Well, we've not seen a dart missed at a double in this game, and it's taken less. It's 29 darts again. And what's going on here?
180.
All of a sudden, we knew he had quality, but he's found another notch to his game.
100.
Win this game, you go to 8 points with Ryan Branley. Maybe fourth position in the table is not
44.
out of his reach.
$140s. One of me, you require 137.
He's not going to back it up with another ton plus check out. Or is he?
31.
Famous
Michael,
last
you
words
require
because he's still on a ton
161.
plus check out.
Well, Mike isn't going to get the 161, so Lesic of a second crack
83s. One of me, you require
at a
106.
free figure out in this leg. Still not a dart missed at a double in this match. Can Huntley continue the trend?
50.
He's not going to go for the
Michael, you require
61st on this
78.
unless he fancies doing a Whitlock. It is tops. And it
Games
is
on the fourth
2-2.
leg, Michael Huntley. Fifth egg is Michael to throw first. Game up.
Well, 4 darts thrown at a double, 4 darts hit at a double. Inseparable, this pair, after
140.
nearly a handful of legs.
Is it fair to say that Huntley's action is not the smoothest? It's a little bit jabby.
59.
Dart comes up, dart comes back. Follow through's just a little bit thrutchy in the shoulder department.
81.
I'll tell you what, shake hands with Mike and you'll understand what kind of strength he's got. It's like shaking hands with a statue.
140.
Yeah, he's the type of person that when he shakes my hand, my bones crunch.
140.
I wouldn't mind seeing you shake hands with Jason Lowe from the West Midlands, by the way. He's got the biggest hands I've ever seen, and you've got the smallest.
60. Michael, you require 140.
Smurfs don't count. Oh, 16s? How many of them?
Games
Plenty.
on the fifth egg,
This is a finishing
Michael Huntley.
masterclass from both players.
Sixth egg is Vonneman to throw first.
Look at that. Biggest finish of the week,
140.
bar none, from Lesic with the 170. And then Huntley with his biggest finish of the week in the same game.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a humdinger. Remember, this is a meeting of players in positions 5 and
100.
6.
Tells you how good the group is. If Darren Beveridge is watching this
60.
after winning week 1, he's probably thinking, I'm glad I wasn't in this group. And one thing he did last week is he really did sprint for the line.
140.
Someone's got the opportunity to do that in the next game because Jack Drayton takes on Ryan Brandley. He could open up a 4-point
140.
cushion at the top.
Oh, this just leaves himself on a finish, but look at Huntley go.
180.
Look at him move.
161.
What's changed? Genuinely, what has changed? This is a different beast today.
I think the shackles are off.
101. Michael, you require
It's not
81.
written today off, but he knows that in the context of his week, it's not as important. It's double 12 for a perfect doubling game.
69.
2 match darts have come
Zvonimir, you
and
require
gone.
60.
Come on, Zvonimir, do something different. Do something textbook.
20.
It wasn't enough.
Michael, you require 12.
Well, here's the thing about double six. Don't go left, don't go right, don't go high, don't go low.
Game
Just
start.
hit,
And the match
just
for
like Michael Huntley has. And that's another really good display. Back-to-back legs of 12 and 13 off the back of a 15 darter to get himself back on level terms at 2 apiece. A really good contest that, but it was Huntley who had that staying power. Next up, Drayton against Brandley.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are through 9 on this Wednesday morning. And before the break, we saw Michael Huntley get the better of Zvonimir Lesic by 4 legs to 2. It's advantage Jack Drayton at the top of the table. His 4-1 win over Bay Van Peer sees him open up a 2-point gap at the top of the table over Cressy and BVP, who meet in the final game of the session. And so Drayton, who's first out to bat in the 4th cycle of fixtures on this Wednesday afternoon, takes on Ryan Bradley, knowing that a win here would put him 4 points clear temporarily ahead of Cressy's game with Lesic and Van Peer's meeting with the seemingly dangerous today Michael Huntley. And so Drayton, who is 3 wins and 3, he's beaten both his rivals around him in the standings, really has an opportunity here, Nico, to assert his authority.
He does, but he's not safe yet. And that is something he should understand. If he slips up, he's vulnerable.
It's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Is against the throw here, against Ryan Bradley, for whom today has not gone to plan whatsoever. 2 4-1 defeats and a 4-0 defeat means that he finds himself on 8 points and minus 19 as far as his legs difference is concerned.
85.
If I were in Ryan's shoes right now, not only would I be wearing the wrong shoes, but I wouldn't be too bothered
121.
by the fact that today's gone this way. It's about a process of discovery for Ryan ahead of tomorrow. Find the things that are working and try and minimize the things that aren't.
96.
There's also something else that he can take into the last 2 rounds. Go out there and cause some trouble. Be pesky. Be someone that
58.
they don't want to play. And let's not forget as well that Ryan's only win yesterday,
100.
that was against Drayton. He played really well in that game, average over 92. And that's his best performance of the entire week. So maybe it's got something to do
95.
with being in the company of someone who's very close to his age group.
I mentioned that Rising Stars one. I wouldn't surprise you if this was a game that took place in it, which sounds rather weird because
95.
Jack Drayton, a series winner, about to head to the Pro Tour, but
Don't
still
go
eligible
down
for the
that
Rising
road.
Stars.
He shouldn't be in the development tour. He's already developed.
129. Jack, you call
You're the one who
125.
started. I never mentioned anything.
You did, inadvertently.
I didn't. Anyway, ball 25, ball. Ah, too good, Jack. See, he's developed.
Turns out it is on the green and both of them are in the hole.
109. Ryan, you require 40.
Tots of Branley. Double 10.
30.
Well, Drayton's had to
Jack,
dodge
you
a few
require
bullets, but he
16.
now has 3 in hand, a double 8 to get the breaking lead 1-0.
Game shot.
And
The
break
first
he
inning,
does.
Jack Drayton.
Gets himself on the board.
Don't tell me that body chemistry doesn't mean something
Second
in this
inning is
sport.
Jack to throw first. Game
You've got
on.
one person who's as flat as a pancake, and the other one is as buoyant as a bouncy castle. It's really hard to play when you're
100.
flat. So I do feel Ryan's paying a little bit. But he's got to pick himself up for the rest of the day and tomorrow morning to
100.
get ready for a new challenge. Is this going to be the first time of the week where Henry says the interminable words of
140.
Reset mentality.
there it is?
Is that on some kind of bingo card you've all got?
I've just got the results in
57.
front of me. I don't see a bingo card anywhere.
They should be asking me what the tungsten teaser is.
$83.
I think Drayton has followed the script very, very well today. You've already mentioned, Henry, that he's beaten his
44.
closest rivals. He's beaten them both. Now he has the opportunity of setting the lead. And it might be something that the two who go head-to-head in the last
100.
game can't catch. In fact, it might all be said and done before Drayton plays again.
33.
There is a
Jack, you require
possibility of that.
78.
Treble 19. Well, so let's go treble 15.
32 left.
45, leaving himself 32.
Game shot the
Inventive,
second
and it
leg,
works.
Jack
And Drayton
Drayton.
is 2-0 to the good.
Third
That
leg
was
is
wrong, but
Ryan to
right.
throw first. Game up.
But the reason it was right was not just because of the fact that he hit it.
57.
It was right because Branley was all the way back in the 200s. We've not only seen
140.
averages climb today, but the accuracy on doubles has been something to behold. The last 3 games have been won with these doubles numbers. 4 from 8,
41.
4 from 6, and 4 from 6. That's 50%, 67% twice. And this is better than that?
100. $96.
That situation that is possible in this round is if Drayton wins, if Cressy loses and Berry
85.
loses, Jack wins the group before the final round is played.
$58.
You can see that Branley is throwing a lot of singles here. A lot of his darts are not far off target. They're just not going in the treble.
100.
It's almost a case that when he heads back to his hotel room or wherever he's staying, just write today off, just put it aside, and then because there's 3 players that have not played this week,
58.
they'll be on 0 points,
Jack,
and you don't know
require
where they're at.
76.
I always say it's a new tournament on a Thursday. Double top,
56.
just low. But it's a true point because unless you win Group A, anything else that happens in the group means absolutely diddly squat.
Yeah, but it's the mentality that carries over.
31. Jack,
It's the
you require
emotional
20.
damage of 3 days that you carry over to Thursday. Can that be forgotten?
No score.
I wonder if Jack can forget
Ryan, you
that
require
if he comes back.
160.
Ryan's had 3 darts of double in this game. Is he about to get his 4th? Not quite.
100.
That first
Jack,
start
you
was
require
so
20.
perfect. Just wasn't able to get to tops.
Just a little bit of compensation needed.
Game shot the third leg.
Take
Jack
a perfect. You might need
Drayton.
the other one, pal. 3-0 to the good. Boss
Fourth
man
leg is
is
Jack to throw
bossing it.
first. Game on.
Steady, isn't it? 51 darts for 3 legs.
44.
This is a very professional job. Both have aspirations of taking their darts careers
45.
further than this. That's irrefutable. While we still have them, let's enjoy them. Effectively,
180.
and in the case of Jack Drayton, he doesn't look like a kid, but he is one.
56.
And he is striding towards a 4-point cushion at the top, which might be too much for the others to breach.
Well, if Drayton wins this leg, then there'll be a gap of 15
45.
legs. Bay Van Peer can only make up 16. With the 4 points as well. It would mean that every leg would have to transpire against Drayton. Every leg would have to go
59.
for Van Peer.
That leg difference that Berry had at the start of the day was always going to be a
62.
problem. It definitely didn't help that he lost 4-1 to Drayton.
123.
He threw that one with some
Jack took
vigour, didn't he? Wow.
170.
This would be the perfect way to end this game.
Well, the last dart was thrown so frivolously, it actually came deflecting off the treble into that treble one. But Drayton
125.
leaving himself on a single to double to get this wrapped up to nil. And move 4 points clear, but also give himself a big leg up
85.
in terms
Jack
of the legs
took
difference.
45.
If he can get it done here. Double top it is to wrap up a comprehensive 4-0 win.
Game's
Jack
up.
Drayton
And the man,
is
Jack
closing
Drayton.
in. He opens up a temporary 4-point gap at the top of the table. Forces Bay Van Peer to be perfect from this point onwards. And for George Cressy, something of a similar proportion for himself. We're going to see Cressy after the break. He takes on Zvonimir Lesic of Croatia.
Game 11, Zolomir Lesic and George Cressy. Before the break, Jack Drayton got the better of Ryan Branley by 4 legs to 0. Now that win means that Barry Van Peer has been eliminated from the race. Jack Drayton now moving on to 22 points, plus 24 legs difference after 14 games. Cressy, second position, 18 points plus 18, playing game 14. And Barry Van Peer, even with 2 4-0 wins, wouldn't be able to catch Drayton at the top. Right, let's get into this one then. For Cressy, simply put,
First leg
it is win to stay in, win to give him hope. But he knows that even if he wins this game, he may not have an opportunity to win this group by the time he plays Barry Van Peer in game 15.
140.
Yeah, it looks as simple as that, doesn't it? But think about it this way.
140.
Michael Huntley, on some level, has been playing the best start of the day. And he's got Drayton to play.
78.
There's Jack on 22 points. That incredible leg difference, as you can see. That is the reason why Barry Van Peer can no longer catch him with 2 games to go. So Barry is guaranteed to be in Group B
85.
this week. As for George, with 18 and plus 18, like Henry's just mentioned, he can still catch Drayton, but needs a favour
95.
from Michael Huntley. If Jack wins his next game, he's going to be fine. He's going to be having the 2 days off that he so craved.
82.
Well, not really much to write home about in terms of the bottom of the group because they are a long way off. So Huntley, Branley and Lesic will be in Group C come Thursday and Friday. As for the Croatian, he's left himself on double 4 after 12. He might not do anything more in terms of affecting the group to himself, but he could affect it for somebody else. And this is some start.
Game shot.
Isn't it just?
Zolomir Lesic.
If he wins 3 more legs, Jack Drayton wins the group.
Second leg is George to throw first.
I think Zvonimir's having a blast up there all of a sudden. Day 1 was tough.
57.
Yesterday was so much better. And if I may say so, looking at some of the numbers from his European Tour qualifiers
85.
this year, he's better than he looks on paper. But how many times have we said that over the years about players from around
60.
the world? Adam Leake, Simon Adams. There are plenty of other examples.
Continue talking about compatibility on
100.
paper will confuse you for a Love Island contestant.
That is the last time you ever mention anything in my presence to do with that
100.
tripe.
$100.
Assuming you're a big fan.
You are cruising, Deacon.
58.
Cruising. Stick with live sport, everybody, because it's real
180.
and it's good. And it's live and free on Pluto TV.
Well, this is some start from Lesic. 15 dart leg 1 on a
59.
double
Zolomir
after a
required
dozen
36.
against the throw here. And all of a sudden, George
James on the
Cressy's
second
against
leg,
it.
Zolomir
And it's
Lesic.
not like he's done much wrong to put himself in this position. 3 minutes and 6
Third leg
seconds
is
played.
Zolomir to throw
And
first.
Jack Drayton's
Game up.
already halfway towards winning this group. And he's not thrown a dart in this game.
40.
At the start of the day, we were talking about Cressy versus Barry Van Peer being a head-to-head
140.
to see who wins the group. At this rate, it's going to be a dead rubber to see who finishes second or third.
45.
Yeah, the difference between second and third is mainly a little bit of prize money, but also the fact that you have to play first and last in your Group B campaign on Thursday and Friday evening.
Will they be aware of that?
80.
Berry will. I think Berry will. He's very astute when it comes to things like that. And if he doesn't know, his brother will have most definitely told him because,
60.
quite frankly put, if Carlo don't know something about darts, then it ain't worth knowing.
He's played here as well, hasn't he?
Yes, former weekly semi-finalist Carlo Van Peer. Believe it was the week that Conor Heenan won Series 7 Week 2.
81. Georgia require 141.
Bit warm for anoraks, isn't it, Henry?
I think Andy Bolton made the final that week.
Oh, will you stop?
91. $60. Georgia require 50.
Pick your double, leave it and hit it, and move on. That's the name of the game. He left
James
it,
on
he
the
hit it,
third
let's
leg,
move on.
George Cressy.
2-1 it is to Lesic. But that very handy breaker throw could
Fourth leg
change
is
things in this
George
game.
to throw
But the
first.
closer this game is, the worse
Game
it is
up.
for Cressy.
But also, did you see the drop-off from Lesic in that previous leg as well?
Yeah, this is something that we saw earlier in the week. He was good at getting out of the gate.
140.
Maybe getting a lead after 2 or 3 legs, but then he would find himself dropping standard-wise.
140.
That's why he lost so many games on Monday. He wasn't able to sustain what he needed to do.
$57. $85.
Who from Lesic's part of the world, I'm going to encompass the Balkan countries, maybe Greece, Bulgaria,
134.
Hungary, that kind of region. Who have we not had from that part of the world that we could potentially get excited about here at the
121.
Modus
Georgia
Super
got
Series?
170.
There's a bit of food for thought. If you're not careful here, George, you might be staring at a 3-1 deficit.
You require 155.
I might be staring at Group B as well.
Trevor 19 would have left the double. Cressy just a 1 triple needed here for a poke at the bullseye. Big passage in play this.
84.
Cressy
Georgia
looking to get
require
himself
126.
back on level terms, having trailed 2-0 in this game early on. So can he find a route through? The flight's in the way, as you could see in Exhibit A. So Lesic returns to 71, should get a dart at a
You
double
require 71.
to re-establish 2-leg gap and then throw for the match.
Last time he was on this number, he went 17s. That's how you do it.
Game
3-1
shot in the
lead,
fourth
and we
leg.
did say he was going to cause chaos today. He hasn't won a game yet,
Third leg is
but he's
Zvonimir to
causing
throw
chaos
first.
for
Game up.
Cressy.
With the darts to win this match, but more importantly, win Jet Drake in the group.
100.
Just to go back to your conversation, there's one player that stands out for me, Andras Borbeli.
$100. $60.
I think there's a few players from Hungary that would love to have a crack at it here. Maybe Pal Sakir, Patrick Kovac, who recently got married. Congratulations to Patrick and Kitty.
57.
Maybe Nando Mayor,
60.
Georgi Hierski. There are plenty of Hungarian players who could possibly do some damage here. I think with Andras, that's a good shout. He's got
140.
possibilities. I was just going to say, I thought Lesic was having one of those off legs, but he's still very competitive in it.
Get a sense he may need a second here.
100.
He's him okay on 104, but if Lesic finds something decent here, then he's on a 2-darter, manageable one to win the match.
95. Georgia require 104.
If you don't hit this, you risk losing. Time for some brinksmanship.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well,
George Cressy.
very, very good indeed. He's not done yet. Don't
Sixth
stick a
leg
fork
is
in him.
George to throw first.
Tub plus
Game up.
check out number 6, and how timely it was. Back to 3-2, back on throw, and Cressy with the honour to take us all the way. Yet to see
100.
a game go to a deciding leg today.
85.
I think word will have filtered to the practice room already that Barry Van Peer can't
100.
win this group. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in his game with Huntley next. But what's happening here with Zvonimir is he's finding that off switch again.
40.
It's just that next step, isn't it? That there's capabilities, there's talent in that, there's no doubt. But we say it so
58.
often here, the difference between the good and the great is not finding good things. It's finding it consistently and finding it when push comes to shove.
100. $140.
Good performance from George. Hasn't missed a dart at a double. Well north of the 90 mark in the average.
100. Georgia require 103.
The only thing it's missing is winning this game by 4 legs to 3, but you've got to get to 3 first.
$47.
Now we got the pressure. If Cressy doesn't hit the 56,
140.
it may be all said and done.
Georgia require 56.
Chase on or chase over. 2 at tops to keep himself just about in the equation.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Credit
George
to Cressy. His group depended on that tops being pinned.
First. Game on.
Yeah, but now the best he can do is 20 points and a leg difference of plus 19.
55.
Regardless of whether he wins this leg, we know that Drayton can win the group by just winning his next match now, because the leg difference is that much better.
100. $59.
Make no mistake, Lesic does not want to go out of today without a win. He'll want to win this match to take
60.
that pressure away before he plays Ryan Brandley in game 13. Do you like his barrels, by the way, Henry?
45.
You've waited till game 4 to bring this up.
Oh, we were marvelling at those things on Monday morning. Not many players have used the very long XL stem on this stage. I can only think of one other player, in fact. That's Richard North.
180.
I wonder if he speaks as much as him.
Nobody does.
100. Georgia require 161.
Well, this to complete the ultimate act of brinksmanship. He was 3-1 down in this game.
95.
And he's put himself in a position here to get his way out of jail.
Why did he go 19s on
100.
161 there? He didn't really need to.
Georgia require
But he might have to get this right. In Lesic's previous match, he took it to 170. So be warned, George.
To stay in the race.
26.
A dart at
Zvonimir
tops
require
bends the
142.
wire.
No. Oh, this time he did go for the right shot. Or did he? Someone pass me a coin so I can flip it.
134.
And maybe he should have gone for the 60.
George, you require 40.
Cressy's heart would have been in its mouth when that first dart hit the treble. He's got 3 more to save his skin. One left to save his skin. And
shot.
gets it with the
And
last.
George Cressy.
My word, that was nerve-shredding stuff. But George Cressy comes back from 3-1 behind to keep himself just about in this race to win the group. He beats Zonomir Lesic by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Vampire takes on Huntley. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Game 12 about to get underway, and it is a meeting between Barry Vampire and Michael Huntley. Before the break, George Cressy saved his qualification skim, but just getting the better of Zonomir Lesic by 4 legs to 3. This game 12, Barry Vampire now out the picture. He'll be looking forward to a Group B campaign on Thursday and Friday night. As for Michael Huntley, Well, today's been a much improved day. Maybe it's a case
First egg
that
is buried to
things
throw
have
first.
finally clicked.
Game
The,
on.
the shackles being off, and as a consequence, he's played with a bit more freedom, and that freedom has led to a bit of an uppage in terms of performance levels.
100.
As for Berry, how would you, Nico, categorise the day he's had so far? Because actually, there's been a couple of decent performances in there.
100.
Yeah, he hasn't played bad at all. He's played 3 times. He's averaged over 90 in every game.
125.
92.5 in beating Branley. Nearly 97 in beating Lesic. However, 92 was not good enough
131.
against Drayton. And we did say at the start of play today that it would be all about
90.
the head-to-heads against the people that you were trying to oust. And it just so happens it's the one loss against someone from the top
60.
3 that's cost him. It's cost him everything. Because if you don't win Group A,
58.
you haven't won anything. You've got a place in Group B, but I wouldn't say that's a win. That's just a byproduct of not winning Group A.
145. Barry require 128.
So 128 for Vampire off the radar now. So Huntley looking at 65.
44. Michael, you require 65.
That could have been worse. That could have been worse. That could have been worse.
Michael Huntley.
This is productive.
Second egg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but if you analyse those 3 darts, there was 1 good one and 2 pretty shoddy ones.
97.
But that really doesn't matter, does it? He wants a 25, he gets a 6. He gets a single 19 and nearly hits the double and he gets the tops.
100.
As long as they're on the right side of the wires, they count. I'll tell you what has been a big improvement today for Mike.
140.
It's the consistent angle of entry in the board, because over the last 2 days, he's had some darts going flat, some darts going really upright, and then
45.
some others in between. Today, it's been really consistent. It's been like that all day. And that's the biggest positive he can take into Group C.
40. $60.
The one thing he doesn't want to do is have his best day of the week today.
100.
He wouldn't mind that being on Friday as long as he's had a pretty decent Thursday.
Then after that, hoping that Saturday is where he reaches his peak again, where he's
58.
looking for back-to-back
Michael, you
weekly
require
wins, of course.
124.
Doesn't have to chase this. Doesn't have to chase it.
99.
And was unable to get the ball when he decided to take the option on.
Somebody's been reading the Johnny Clayton book again.
90. Michael, you require 25.
Finishing today from Huntley's been quite effective.
17.
Not right
Barry, you require
there.
148.
Why do I get the sense that Van Peer is just
56.
a little
Michael, you
deflated?
require 8.
And I think he is the type of player that he plays as there of all or nothing. These dead rubber games, I just think he finds them a struggle because he cannot play with the same type of
Game shot a
enthusiasm as a
second
game
egg,
which has something
Michael
riding on
Huntley.
it. Which is why Huntley is 2-0 to the
Third
good
egg
and
is
Van
Berry
Peer
to throw first.
is
Game
averaging
on.
75, 15 points down as to what he's been doing for the most part of the day.
You are right in what you're
80.
saying, because there are adrenaline players. Some of these players that grace the stage, they're adrenaline junkies. Which is why when they're flat, they manufacture that adrenaline so they feel better for the challenge.
140.
And then you've got some other players who would give you the same kind of stuff, whether it's for a World Championship, a Modus Super Series title, or a bag of peanuts.
See it in the body language, just trudging back and forth along the stage.
140. 140.
I'll say it once and I'll say it again. Sport is hard.
180.
Yeah, well timed, Van Peer. You've just done me like a kipper.
60.
See, it's not just me that happens to.
You don't even like kippers.
Don't know what a kipper is.
90. Michael, you
Smoked
require
fish.
161.
Famous in Scotland.
Yeah, probably won't like it then. Treble 17. Mind you, I do like a scallop.
Just plucked that out of thin air, didn't you?
97. Barry, you require 95.
And fish fingers. Anyway.
Okay, that's nice. That's even
Games on
nicer.
third leg. Barry Van Peer.
BVP with a Geordie special on 2 double 19s.
Fourth leg is Michael to
And
throw
why is it called the
first.
Geordie special,
Game up.
everybody?
Christopher Dobby, who likes to hit double 19 with 76 in hand.
Yeah, en route to the semi-finals of the World Championship semi-finals.
60.
He was doing that more than anybody. So he's created the vernacular of the Geordie special on 2 double 19s.
137.
As Rod Studd would say, the Dobby man. I'm not sure it's one that's really going to quite kick
No,
on.
I refuse to let that
137.
catch on. Everyone's got their
58.
idiosyncrasies in this sport. Huntley's got that really unusual grip right at the back of the stem, even on the stem is a bit
60.
strange, but to the back of the stem is even stranger. Chris Dobie's dad, really good player,
58.
called Gordon, always plays in a jumper. Never plays in a shirt, short sleeve or long sleeve. Always plays in a jumper. Look at that though, holding the
100.
stem. Do you know who used to hold the stem as well? Still does? Steve Beaton. Works for him.
94. Michael, you require 144.
Well, the 144 isn't going to go as Van Peer got a party piece.
40. Barry, you require
That's
154.
bull 54 bull, isn't it?
Could you imagine?
Should have done it, Berry.
88.
I'm only kidding.
Michael, you require 104.
Of course he did the right thing. The right thing here is to get a treble. And the fact that he can't means that Van Peer can
56.
draw level.
Barry, you require 66.
Was 2-0 down,
Game
but
shot
now
the fourth
draws
leg.
level.
Barry
Van Peer back in the contest at 2-2.
Fifth leg is Barry to throw first. Game up.
If Berry had won Group A, he would have had 2 days off and he could have gone to the pier.
49.
But he's not going to do so anymore because he's got to get himself ready for late night darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which will be live on Pluto TV.
171.
That's a great start from Huntley.
Perfect start from Huntley.
96.
Question is, can he carry on? Answer's yes. And now no. Incidentally,
140.
I suppose you've given us the easiest bit of content that our content team could ever produce. Barry Van Peer
30.
on a pier.
It's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
140.
Look at this for a leg. Well, Mr. Huntley, I dare you. I double dare you.
140. Michael, you require 50.
He did, and he almost got.
42.
We'll come back for fourth. I love that. That's so cheeky.
Well, Mike is a little bit cheeky. He might not be a spring chicken anymore, but he's still got a cheeky factor about him. It's
125.
one of the
Michael,
reasons
you
why
require
everybody
8.
likes him.
Game shot in the fifth
That's
leg.
a 13
Michael
dart at the end.
Huntley.
It's a break. It's a 3-2 lead and throw for the match. And he is one of those characters that
Sixth leg
you
is
spend
Michael to throw
5
first.
minutes
Game up.
in his company.
his positivity radiates all over the room you're in.
You're absolutely right. I once bumped into Mike
140.
at an ADC qualifying event in Lampeter in mid-Wales. He was there with Barry Bates. And that small
59.
venue was alive. Just walking into that arena where they had 2 dartboards at the same time, it was
91.
just a joy to behold, because the positive mood that was in that place, it wasn't necessarily about the darts, it was about the people.
46.
And isn't that life? We all go on a journey, but that journey is half about the people you meet along the way, as much as the end destination
60.
you get to.
That's a bit deep for a Wednesday lunchtime, isn't it? Go any deeper, you'll have to be an archaeologist.
56. $100.
No doubt about it, Huntley's been the better player in this game. And he's been the best version of himself
100.
this week
Michael, you
today.
require 110.
He's going to win this game 4-2 by the looks of it.
But he's not going to do it with a Tud Topper.
Yeah, 74.
72 remaining. 74, sorry, remaining.
47.
That was all a bit of a mishmash in the end.
45. Michael, you require 63.
So this to wrap it up. 1 dart. A double 16.
31.
We'll be back for more.
If you've got time, you can use it.
121. Michael,
He hasn't
you
got much
require
time anymore,
32.
so you better well get it hit.
2 8s. Double 4.
28.
Match
Barry,
winning
you require
opportunities are
74.
beginning to come and go for Michael Huntley. Vampire to take us all the way.
54. Michael, you require 4.
No way, Jose. His name isn't even Jose. It's Berry.
Game
But
shot.
there's only one
And the
person
match,
merry on the
Michael
stage, and his name is Huntley. Because he's just won his last 3 games. And a 3-game stretch of wins is something he has not done this week. He has now. He's won by 4 legs to 2.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon. Jack Drayton needs just the 1 win to secure his place through to Saturday's final. This is how the league standings look going into the final set. Drayton 22 points plus 24 in terms of his legs difference. George Cressy, the only player now that can keep tabs with him. Van Peer will finish in 3rd place. For Huntley, Branley and Lesich, their fates have already been sealed. This is a shootout for 5th place, the next game coming up between Branley and Lesich. England v Croatia, not the first time we've said that sentence in this sporting summer, is it? And who knows, this one could finish 4-2 by way of England. I wonder what we're going to see here, because actually, I'll be honest, first time I've seen Zvonimir in the flesh, and I've been pleasantly impressed with what I've seen at times.
You're not the only one. I think a lot of us who have watched him over the last 3 days have been silently impressed.
First egg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game on.
I wonder who he's got on speed dial. You might wonder if that's a bit of a random statement. It isn't. Because there's one thing we know about Boris Krichma, the number 1 from Croatia. He's on good name and first name terms with a certain former
90.
Ballon d'Or winner, Luka Modric. It's not the biggest of countries.
100.
Turn a few corners in places like Zapanya or Split. You might run into
81.
some international footballers, international handballers, some famous dart players.
45.
I'd go so far to say that Boris Krichma is one of the most famous Croatians in the world.
100.
Well, let's have a look at some famous sport people and put them in by way of comparison, because you have got Luka Modric, you've got
41.
Davor Suker, who won the Golden Boot at the 1998 World Cup. You've got Goran Ivanisevic, who of course won the Wimbledon title in 2001.
180. Zvonimir, you require
Trading 180s in this first
135.
leg. Oh, he's done the right thing. For some reason, I thought he was going to go for the treble 20 first. I can safely say that Branley's not going to go for the bull on 50, the way that Huntley did.
$84. Ryan, you require 50.
Oh, that's different. That's got me in all sorts of knots.
Double 18
Games on the first
is
set.
there.
Ryan
Branley's
Branley.
1-0. And the look on Paul Nicholson's face is an absolute picture right now.
What did he get with his first start again?
12.
Second leg is Ryan to throw
Which
first.
leaves
Game on.
123. And then he's thinking 18s. Okay, it's not terrible.
38.
So he gets the 54, leaves
100.
69 and hits an 18. It makes no sense. I'm honestly going to text the most famous Croatian I know.
140.
There's a guy called Tonči Restovic. He used to play for Croatia. He's a mayor now. He's a very, very famous politician and solicitor in Croatia.
41.
I'm going to ask him what he thinks about this.
Is he as famous as Tony Kukoc, the member of the 1990 Chicago
41.
Bulls team, alongside Michael Jordan, winning 3 NBA championships, or Janika Kostelic, one of the greatest alpine skiers in history,
119.
4 Olympic gold medals?
I'd go so far to say, because I know that the Croatians love their basketball, Tony Kukoc is probably the most
100.
famous person outside of football in Croatia?
131.
Oh, this is good from Branley. Go on, leave double one.
140. Zvonimir, you require 110.
Well, what fun has Lesic got here with the 110? Conventional,
94.
but ineffective.
Ryan, you require 42.
Double 16.
10.
That's what he's got to
Zvonimir, you
polish a little
require
bit
16.
over the next couple of days. He's got to stop giving his opponents chances.
8.
People like Lesic,
Ryan,
he's
you
going to play him
require
another 2
32.
times on Thursday and on Friday.
2-0. Good luck. How does he find a way to that double 8? Had to float it over the top, but
Zvonimir, you
couldn't quite
require
find a
8.
way through.
He doesn't
No
get
score.
there. He's not hitting the double, Ryan.
Ryan, you require
You got to make him
8.
pay. It's like the Tyne Tunnel. Make him pay the toll.
No score.
No passage.
Zvonimir, you require 8.
And so, Lesic, can he eventually bring this leg to a close?
6. Ryan, you
We're
require
having a scrap
8.
heap here.
No score. Zvonimir, you require 2.
I think we're starting to see why these two are in the bottom 3.
Game shot in the second leg. Zvonimir
Because that,
Lesic.
believe it or not, is a 25 dart breaker throw.
Third leg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game up.
With this being his last game,
60.
the big responsibility between the end of this match and tomorrow's first game for Ryan is who he speaks to. Whoever's back home, whoever's
100.
online with him, keep it positive. Get his chin up. Make him feel like this was just part of the
31.
journey in week 2. You don't always have to win Group A. He knows that. He's won a Group A before. Sometimes you have to go through 2 groups
45.
to get to the Saturday night to give yourself another chance of winning.
Was that a Sam Fender reference with chin up?
No?
41.
Okay, just rein me in, rein me in.
Oh, God.
85.
I'm not even sure why you're a
95.
Sam Fender fan. You don't even get some of the stuff he talks about. But then again, most of the people who love him don't.
101.
Ryan will. Because he's from about 6 or 7 miles away from Sam grew up.
95. Ryan, you require 170. $56.
Not brilliant, but not disastrous. At least he's in the range here of treble, single, outer ring, double.
133.
Well,
Ryan, you require
Lesic seems to be
140.
learning on the job here this week. Because from 179 going for
86.
19s,
Zvonimir, you require 46.
that's an elite play. Double 16.
Game
Yeah,
shot
there's
the
nothing
third
wrong with
leg,
that. He's got the
Zvonimir
lead
Lesic.
after losing the first leg. He's turned this one
Fourth
around.
leg is Ryan to throw first. Game up.
Yeah, but he's done so in 45 darts for 2 legs. That doesn't make for good reading.
60.
At the top level, players expect to win 3 legs in the time it's taken Lesic to win 2.
59.
Well, we will watch these 2 a couple more times in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
If you're
60.
just joining us at the end of this group and you don't know who's in Group C, we've got Neil Wilde, Carl Wilkinson and Connor Hopkins.
100. $140. $140. $85.
I get the feeling that Ryan wants this to be done. Whoever loses this game
119. Ryan, you require 156.
will have a potless day. What Ryan's got to do is dig deep the way he dug deep yesterday in Game 15 to get his first win of the day.
100.
But if he goes into
Zonomy,
Group
you
C with
require
one win from
83.
2 days, his confidence is going to be pretty low.
66 less, should be 16 for Bull.
Should be.
When he's got that smirk on his face, anything could be possible.
Yeah, anything. As in double 17. It's the first time he's asked all week. Oh
Game
my
shot
word,
the
it's
fourth
just so
base,
him.
Zvonimir Lezic.
If there's a checkout that you've seen this week that is befitting a player, that's it.
Fifth leg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game on.
Ryan can't believe what he's seen there.
Nor can I.
60.
I've seen that before, but not for a very long time. That's the kind of thing Eric Claris used to do.
57.
Make it make sense. What I can make sense of is the fact that both players have had 13 darts and a double in this game.
140.
Zvonimir's found 3, Brownlee's found 1, and that's why we are where we are.
Here's the thing. Ryan is only 18, but he's still done a lot of travelling around Europe.
92.
He's played players from all over the world. If you're going to play players from around the globe, they're going to think differently to you.
180.
Darts is a universal language, and when you play legs like this, it does feel normal. But the fact is, if you play players from Asia, different parts of Europe and North America, they do play the game
Zvonimir, you
differently.
require 121.
$91 remaining. Will leave
81.
himself on double top when he comes back to get it wrapped up.
121. Zvonimir, you require 40.
So this to bring it to a close. There was a scrappy leg in the middle of the contest. Lezic
20.
won that.
Ryan, you
But
require
he's not going to reel off each of the
131.
3 thereafter just yet.
That didn't feel likely, did it?
91.
But this
Zvonimir, you
may
require
be
20.
the only win he gets today. It
Game
is.
start. And
And
that's
Lezic with
Zvonimir
that
Lezic.
very unconventional penultimate leg. Bosses the last leg after being on 1-2-1 after 9 and getting the job done in 16 darts. He does put Ryan out of his misery. They're both going to Group C, but Zvonimir is going there with a win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Season for the Brains on the middle list. It's got the better Ryan Bradley by 4 legs to 1. For that man in your picture, Jack Drayton win here by any margin against Michael Huntley will be good enough to send him through to the final on Saturday night. Former weekly winner, former series winner here previously. And he wants that crown back. And this is the last opportunity that he's going to get, not just this year, but for perhaps a number of years to lift this trophy. In fact, he hopes he never plays here again, really, doesn't he, after 2026? Because he wants a long, long time on the Pro Tour and to maybe never see Portsmouth again. And I wouldn't blame him if he never wanted to see Portsmouth again. But he plays Michael Huntley in game 14 of the session. Looking to sign off with a win that will send him through.
The last time that Drayton did win a Group A situation, he amassed 24 points. If he wins this game, it will be 24 points again.
96.
But if he wins this match, he will have a better leg difference than last time when he won in Series 13, Week 9.
60.
We've bigged him up, saying he's a big game player. Now he's got to take out a player that has won his last 3 matches. Someone who's played his best darts of the week in the last 2 hours. What's more, he's got to do it against the throw.
97.
Huntley, we said it earlier, he's the one of anybody that just looks the most likely of the bottom 3 that could cause a couple of problems. I've got to say, I've been impressed with what I've seen from him today. He's got 6 on this 204 to get himself up and running.
And just to give you a little bit of extra insight here, if Drayton were to lose 4-3, Cressy would have to win 4-0. It's still very unlikely that Jack Drayton does not win this group.
100. Michael, you require 122.
That 5-leg cushion at the top is just invaluable.
It's like gold dust.
$65.
That is perfectly fine. You might wonder why he was going 20s on 122. He's not been spending too much time with our Croatian friend. He actually did the right thing there by bringing
81.
in
Michael, you require 57.
the sub-62 data. Tops for the first leg.
Game shot in the first leg.
Eventually
Michael
gets
Huntley.
a double 10, gets himself off the mark, and Jack Drayton had some
Second leg is Jack
early
to throw
questions
first.
in
Game
which to answer. Mentioned it earlier. The key to his day has been timing. Hasn't actually,
140.
by and large, got off to razor quick starts, but a couple of occasions where he's had to come back from an early deficit to pick up victories.
60.
Now, Drayton's not perfect in his final round matches of the day this week. He did lose against Branley in game 15
100.
yesterday. He did average 92 in that game. He just happened to go up against Branley when he was playing his best darts of the last 2 days.
140.
But the day prior to that, he did win against Huntley in match 14. He would take that same 4-2 result
55.
and then some.
I get the sense it's going to be one of those games where Huntley's just going to
100.
constantly keep Jack honest. Drayton plays well, he probably wins the game, but if he's just a little bit off it, Huntley's going to be there or thereabouts to cause him some problems.
100.
Yeah, what you're saying about keeping him honest
Jack, you
is
require
that
106.
Huntley's finding 1 treble per visit on average at the minute, which is forcing Drayton to get the odd 2 treble visit, which
74.
proving a little
Michael,
bit
you require
elusive.
112.
And we know this is very much in range. Treble 19 a bull would be some recovery. Some recovery. But he's
75.
unable to muster.
Jack, you require
That's the second time in this leg he's gone for the bull and missed it wildly.
No
Oh,
score.
he went for the bottom corner and he can't snag it.
Michael, you require 37.
So Huntley could make him pay by leaving the same double and hitting it. But he's not going to do that. He's not going to do the dirty again, is he?
21.
He isn't.
Jack, you require 32.
Well, that would have been naughty.
Game
That is
shot second
effective,
leg,
and
Jack
that is one
Drayton.
apiece.
Third leg is Michael to throw first. Game up. $95.
Just imagine if Huntley were to win this game,
60.
how that would make Jack feel. He'd have to sit in that practice room for a few extra minutes thinking, have I done enough?
83.
The initial answer would be no, but maybe. I know this is not an episode of Little Britain where it's yeah but no but
100.
yeah. By the end of the day, it's a definitive yes or no. Oh, there's one of those deflections he's become famous for this
140.
week. I honestly don't know how he does it. It goes in at an angle that Pythagoras can't figure out.
The babyface ricochet.
133.
Well, he's got 6 from this 183 to put himself 2 onto the good,
100.
leave himself on a 2-2 after 12. And to all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter what Michael Huntley does on the Jack Drayton throw. As long as he's decent enough with the darts in his hand forward times, he wins the match. Simple as
100.
that.
Michael, you require 83.
Yeah, it's simple in theory. He's leaving the bull again.
58.
He's getting closer.
Jack, you require 108.
Is this the tie, Turner?
Yeah, 12 scored.
That is not the end of the shot. 96 with 2, possible. Not possible anymore.
52. Michael, you require 25.
Huntley's had 5 darts at double, has only hit the 1. He needs a second conversion.
Game shot.
That's
the
what he
third leg,
finds.
Michael
He's
Huntley.
halfway to making Drayton think and sweat.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw first. Game up.
Drayton has won every single game up to this point. He knew completing the card would be
140.
job done, providing the legs difference was good. But he might have a great big obstacle in the road.
60.
Just when you think you're down the motorway and you can see the home in sight, all of a sudden there might be a little bit of a diversion in the way.
100.
Some diversions are longer than others.
Just ask me on my journey home last night.
140.
God.
$55.
I echo what you were saying earlier, Henry, because Huntley is keeping Drayton honest here.
45.
That's actually a let-off.
I mean, this is absolutely no offence whatsoever. But in a game like this of Jack Drayton, you're
58.
playing someone like Michael Huntley, where you know Michael's a good operator, but you must know as well that you've got that little bit more firepower when you need it. It's almost a type of game where Huntley could be a very good
45.
pacemaker for yourself.
Jack, you require 148.
Because his level won't deviate. But he'll tell you where you have to raise yours when you need to.
Yeah, 76 left.
There's actually not a great deal between them.
132.
Average-wise in this group, you know. There's only 3 points between them. Huntley's arguably having his best ever Group A stats of about 87.
60. Jack, you require
Drayton's hovering at
16.
90, of course, like he always is.
Which goes to show you, goes to tell you that it's been all about timing that's been the key difference.
Game shot
Drayton's
for
been
third,
taking
Jack
out those types of
Drayton.
combinations and push comes to shove. He's been able to find the answers.
Fifth leg
And
is
all of a sudden,
Michael
has
to
put a
throw
bother
first.
back to
Game up.
2-2. 4 legs played all on throw.
Every leg he wins makes it more difficult for Cressy.
108.
And Jack will know that. If there's somebody that will understand this discipline, understand the intricacies of round robin play, it's going to be him. Because how many
121.
times he must have, in his former once upon a time sport golf, been in a situation in a tournament where he has to work out how many shots are needed to
100.
do this or to do that. He will know this situation, no worries.
Yeah, it depends on the person, though, doesn't it? If you look at the back nine of any major championship in golf,
45.
you ask the person who is in contention, do they look at leaderboards? Sometimes you can't dodge them because they're staring you in the face. But some people don't like to look at
140.
leaderboards because they want to stay in the moment. It'll be fascinating to get his insight on that if he wins the group.
80. Michael,
He
you
is in a
require
little spot of bother
81.
in this game, though. Double 16 for Huntley.
49.
His doubles conversion is not fantastic. It might have to be now.
180.
That's
Michael,
Drayton's
you
first
require
180 of the
32.
match.
And all of a sudden, it feels like we're headed towards a crucial passage in play.
No score.
Huntley has missed 3 at double 16.
Jack,
It
you
has
require
opened up the door.
75.
It has created an opening for Jack Drayton. That maximum may have scared Michael Huntley. It may put him in a position where he's one away. It
Game shot on the
does.
fifth leg. Jack Drayton.
How often do we say timing is everything in this sport? Drayton with the maximum
leg is
piled
Jack
the
to throw
pressure on
first.
Huntley. He
Game up.
missed 3 at double 16. Drayton converts.
Yeah, what a different situation we have now. If you go 3-2 down, you've got to win 2 straight
60.
legs. So you have no wiggle room at all. He gets leg 5, takes the 3-2 lead, and now he only needs 1 leg from 2 opportunities.
22.
And he's got babyface rattled.
We mentioned it earlier on, and we mentioned it again.
60.
His timing has been absolutely spot on at key junctures today.
100.
It was in that game, wasn't it, earlier on against George Cressy, where he found that little burst, that little spell when he needed to. Even in game 1 against Lesic, where he didn't play well at the beginning, but found those
60.
back-to-back 15 darters to win full 2.
It was earlier on this morning that Cressy said to you
43.
that he wanted to go out there and win every game. He couldn't do it. I'm sure Barry Van Peer knew that he had to do it. He couldn't do it. But if Drayton gets 1 more leg in this
57.
game, he will have done it.
I know it's not job done just yet, but what about Jack Drayton, particularly today, have you liked?
Temperament. It hasn't been too aggressive. It hasn't been too lackadaisical. It's been that nice mix of relaxed and focused. And that's what you need to be if you want to be a pro.
94.
Okay. So he's gone back to the original position on the oche to use the 14s to set up a chance to win the group
100. Jack, you require 170.
with the biggest finish of the lot.
Could you imagine? Well, imagination's all it's going to be. Has 6 on this point.
115.
And when he comes back, he's going to have two in hand and a double to seal it.
$43. Jack, you require 55.
In his head, he probably thought he had to be perfect today if he was going to find a way. Double 10.
45.
Two darts are come and gone.
Michael, you require 133.
There might be more because it looks like Huntley has hit a roadblock. He's played his best darts today over the last 3 games, but he hasn't played his best darts in this match.
That's for Jack Drayton. It hasn't been sparkling from him, but it's been good enough. And now it's all about putting
73.
those finishing
Jack, you
touches
require 10.
to what looks set to be now a winning Group A campaign.
Oh,
6.
shades
Michael,
of the
you
Champions
require
Night
60.
when he couldn't get across the line until he was pushed.
40.
He's being pushed,
Jack,
but
you
maybe not pushed
require
enough.
4.
At least this time with double 2, if he splits, he has another option.
Suddenly, it's getting a bit nerve-jangling.
Game
But
shot.
finally,
And the match,
he gets
Jack
there.
Drayton.
And finally, he secures it. Jack Drayton, the former champion, is back into Saturday night. He wins Group A, having completed the card for Wednesday. He probably thought it had to be a 5-star display to do it, and a 5-star display it is. It wasn't quite bells and whistles, that performance in the last one, but he won't care about that. It was all about getting the job done, and that's exactly what he manages to do by beating Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. Well, this is the final game of the group, and it is a meeting between George Cressy and Barry Van Peer. Before the break, Jack Drayton sealed his qualification through to Saturday night's final, having got the better of Michael Huntley by a 4-2 margin. So Drayton winning the group with 24 points plus 26 is legs difference. Now, this doesn't really mean much in terms of the league standings. George Cressy, irrespective of the scoreline, is going to finish second from Barry Van Peer in third, because there is a 10-leg gap in terms of the legs difference. You can only overcome an 8-leg gap in a round of fixtures. So prior to this one, Cressy in second place, 20 points plus 19 legs difference. Barry Van Peer in third position, 8 points plus 9. 18 points, sorry, plus 9.
83.
One thing we're going to be talking about on Saturday night is Jack Drayton's in Saturday night. He's done so by winning 24 points in a Group A campaign for the second time. And the last time he did it, he won the week. Barry Van Peer, with his one weekly win, finished third in Group A. He's going to finish third.
140.
And the last time he went into a Group B and then was successful on the Saturday night, that was the famous group where Barry was in there with Fallon Sherrick and Lee Budgeon and a couple of others, and they all could have had 8 points. Barry finished third.
139.
Therefore proving you don't have to win a group en route to glory. You just have to get there and do your best stuff on a Saturday, which Barry can still do. And George, for that matter.
25.
Flying start.
Game shot on the first
15 dart leg, gets Van Peer out the traps.
Second egg is Barry to throw first. Game up.
Rather ironic Claude Caz to say, well, where's this where I needed it?
85.
There's a big difference though, isn't there? When you're under pressure, can you perform? Or can you just play well when there's very little on it?
120.
It's a question of mindset, Henry. If you're saying to yourself right now, where's this been? Why can't I play like this earlier?
180.
Well, it's because you didn't. Under the circumstances you were facing at the time.
134.
It's like people who win plate competitions. Don't get me wrong, they're great. But most of the people who win plate competitions, which are the runners-up competitions,
100.
they say, oh, I wish I'd done that in the first round of the actual competition. Dart players are so hard to please. Honestly, if you gave them 365 days of Christmas, they'd ask for 366.
Be no time for flip-flops.
58. Georgia require 151.
Oh, Chris not going to find the 151. Van Peer looking for back-to-back 5-visit legs to put himself into a 2-0 lead. Double 12 it is. And in the space of 30 darts, Barry Van Peer is halfway there.
A bit of a thump on that double 6. That's probably because it snagged the wire a little bit. Wonder why he was pointing at the dartboard there.
100.
Just looking at his doubles statistics for the day. They're not that bad.
But we both know Barry well
100.
enough to know that he can be a bit of a perfectionist sometimes.
100.
13 from 35 for the day. That's better than
100.
1 out of every 3, which is kind of where you need to be. But is that an indication of just how good this group has been?
Well, you mentioned the numbers for Michael Huntley in relation to his Group A campaign.
Georgia
And that was only good enough for a 4th place finish and 10 points. And Berry's the one out of the three that
58.
began the day on 14 points at Lost Grounds. Only won 2 from 4 today. Up to press.
90.
Yeah,
George
nobody
O'Connor,
coming into Wednesday had
112.
had a perfect day. Best was 4 out of 5, which is what George did yesterday, what Berry did on Monday. How good is that shot? How good
Games
was
on the
that
third
shot?
leg, George Cressy.
Well, add that to
Fourth
the
leg is Berry
collection.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this guy's had more ton pluses
140.
than a temperature gauge in Vegas. I think you might be hearing something about Vegas over the next couple of days, by the way.
55.
World Open runner-up Matthew Edgar will be here in the chair. And
60.
officially for the next 3 days, Moreno Blom is a swear word.
Yes, pop it in the swear jar. Mind you, speak about Croatia. Matthew Egg had a very good weekend in Croatia. Very close to getting to Old Lakey at the end of the year.
99. $93.
Someone not told you that calling it that has sailed Old Lakey. You've spoken to Richard about that? Richard Ashton.
140.
See what he thinks of it.
I haven't spoken to Richard for months now.
I'll ask him what he thinks of it when I see him in Prague next month.
Yeah, I reckon there might be a 2-word response to
58.
that anyway.
Yeah, bin it.
Now then, Berry, what kind of fruity mood are you in?
95. Berry, you require 150.
Might have been different if Cressy was not on a finish.
$86. Georgia require 112.
Well, to keep the trend of 15 dart legs alive. Double 20 for double 16, unable to get, so Vampire to
60.
re-establish the
Berry
two-leg
requires
cushions,
64.
looking at 64 here. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Berry
This has
Vampire.
been productive from Berry. He's had a productive day. The performances have been there. Maybe
leg is
if the
George to
results
throw
at
first,
times have
game
been
up.
found wanting.
When he gets that pace up and that fluency, he's a really great player to watch.
140.
You somewhat inadvertently brought up an interesting point. If Berry were a berry, what kind of berry would he be?
100.
It sounds like a riddle, doesn't it? If Berry were a berry, what kind of berry would he be? I think he'd be a mulberry because he likes to think about things.
83.
By the way, mulberries are genuine berries.
91.
They're not just handbags.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Berry's last name translate as pear?
140.
Are you trying to tell me that he's Berry from Pear? That's some sort of cross cuisine, isn't it?
180. Georgia require 138.
That's some sort of brilliant approach. That could have been some sort of brilliant finish.
106.
But we might be saying
Berry
that about
require
Berry.
130.
Van Peer.
Great guide. Unable to use it, so Cressy to keep the game afloat.
57. Georgia
Dragged his
require
average
32.
up to just underneath the ton mark here. And he's
Game
dragged
shot on the fifth
himself
leg,
back into
George
this
Cressy.
contest of a 13 darter.
Sixth leg is Berry to throw first. Game up.
Watch out, Group B. They're coming. Devin Peterson
58.
is in Group B this week. As is Scott Campbell. And Chaos is back. Reece Colley
140.
will be playing. And will he be in Aston Villa colours this week? I'd be amazed if he's not.
96.
Well, we'll know what mood he's in based on what happens at around about 10 o'clock this evening.
$78.
What kind of mood are these guys in? I'd have to say that if you walk away from this game with a really good victory,
177.
you're going to have your tail up going into evening action over the next couple of nights, because this has been really good from Van Peer and Cressy.
140. Berry required 170.
Can you berry? No, he can't.
That's not a berry. What's a can you berry?
140. George required 143.
Well, Italy berry, very cross, but the Cressy 143
82. Berry
is
required
not there.
30.
So Van Peer looking at the match, a double 15.
That's why some people like to split
18.
double 15.
Georgia requires
Not everybody
61.
likes double 15, isn't that right, world? Double 9, not anyone's favourite,
52.
including George.
Berry required 12.
So this, to wrap it up, double 6 has been
Game
a love-hate
shot. And the
relationship
match,
for
Barry
Barry Van Peer
Van Peer.
today, but he finds it there to bring that game and the group to a close. These two will duke it out again in Group B on Thursday night. Let's hope we have a couple of games just like the one we've just seen there. Van Peer wins it 4-2, but it's Jack Drayton who wins the group. We're going to hear from him on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group A has been completed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Bay Van Peer get the better of George Cressy by 4 legs to 2. But it was a group in the end that was won by Jack Drayton. He completed the card. He won all 5 matches on Wednesday to seal the deal and to book his place, the first place, through to Saturday's final. It was tight. We had 3 players tied on 14 at the beginning of the day, but it's a 4-point group win for Jack, who joins myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio. Many, many congratulations. Did it feel like the job had to be 5 from 5 before a dart was thrown this morning?
Yeah. I knew I had to beat George, whatever, today. As long as I beat him today, I knew I had a great chance to win the group.
And it was one of those days, we spoke about it, Nico, didn't we, at the beginning of the programme, that it felt like those head-to-heads. Once we got to those meetings between the players, between the top 3, that was when we were going to find out the story of the day.
Yeah, and the one person who had them to play first was Jack, and he had a job to do. And we were sitting here at around about 9:30 this morning saying that he would have to set the clubhouse lead because he was completing his quota before the other 2. So the fact that he was able to do it with a round to spare shows what an incredible job he did.
It was an interesting day because there was times you played some good stuff. There must have been other times where you thought it was a little bit ropey here and there, but it felt like the timing more than anything else. There was a few games where maybe you got off to a slow start, but then you rallied off a couple of good legs to get yourself back into the game.
Yeah, especially in that first game against Lesich, it was like the first kind of like 4 legs I was sloppy. I wasn't like taking my doubles, I wasn't scoring well, and then I kind of realised like if I didn't win 4-1 or 4-0, I'd be behind after the first kind of quarter of the game. So I think after winning it 2-2, I thought like I need to win these 2 legs to even like just keep close to George, and I kind of like turned on to killer mode and just destroyed them last 2 legs, and then luckily, obviously, towards the end of the schedule, I kind of got the advantage over all the other 2.
And is that part of it as well? Because sometimes you can't always play at your best, but you've got to know when the right time is to put your foot to the floor.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, against Bury there, I knew like I had to win either like 4-1 or 4-0, like just to keep myself advantage from George. And then obviously just to win 4-1 and do it in that kind of way was good. Give myself like not less pressure, but made myself comfortable of obviously just doing the business against the last 2 players.
Because it is a difficult skill to master, isn't it? When sometimes you're not at your best, but you know when you've got to find that gear, find that level when it matters.
5 matches to win. It's not winning one long format match today where you might take a break and have the same opponent for the next 10 minutes. If you play at the World Match Play, you might have to play 5 legs. And that 5-leg burst might not go well, but then you've got to have another 5-leg burst after a break. Here, the breaks can be 20 minutes. It can be more than an hour. It is a skill. What Jack has shown today is that when he needed to play well, he did. When he needed to scrap, he did. When he needed to win, he did. So everything was a positive.
Let's talk about yourself. I want to talk about 2026 because I suppose in some ways there's a bit of strangeness to it because you burst right on the scene at the beginning of the year. You win those Dev Tour titles, you win on the Isle of Man, you win a series title here, and all of a sudden you get put on this big pedestal. Is it then difficult when you've achieved so much so quickly to maintain those high standards? And have you felt actually pressure and expectation really heap on your shoulders? If so, how have you been able to deal with that?
I think I definitely felt a little bit of pressure the last time I was here for Saturday when Tweddle and Bobby Martin obviously was in my group. Definitely felt pressure then because I was defending my title and I wanted to get back into Champions League and become the second player to go back to back. But I think now, after that series has gone, I'm back and I feel more relaxed because I've got nothing to defend because I still win a series, but it's not a back-to-back, if you will. And I'm just glad to playing well and obviously win Group A again, and hopefully win the week and get back into Champions League.
No, I'll chat with you in just a second. Let's have a word elsewhere, Nico. And George Cressy and Bay Van Peer, they were very much the best of the rest. George was the one who put up the more valiant fight of the 2 on Wednesday. And in terms of that Group B, yes, it's stacked, yes, it's loaded, but if George carries on and maintains those levels, is there any issues in regards to him qualifying for Saturday night?
Not at all. The way he's played this week, he's been extremely impressive. He's picked up a lot of points every day he's played, and if he plays carbon copy darts of what he's done the last 3 days, he will comfortably qualify for Saturday night on this occasion. He's thrown some really good stuff against every opponent. But what he wasn't able to do that Jack was, he wasn't able to scrap at the same levels when he wasn't playing his best. So when you put him up against the likes of Scott Campbell and Devon Peterson, they're the kind of players that he can beat if he's playing at that level or slightly better.
Excuse me, that is the tournament bracket. As you can see, there is a change to the schedule. Lee Evans is in for Carl Wilkinson. That is Lee Evans of England, we should specify these days. He's going to be in Group C tomorrow and Friday afternoon. So that's how the rest of the week looks. But you get the luxury, Jack, of a couple of days Costa del South Coast, enjoying the sunshine.
I think I need it after the weekend. I had a Badmore Farm. I think I deserve a couple of days off towards Saturday, but it'd just be nice. Just have a chill and not have to worry about being in Group E or Group C. So yeah, all eyes on Saturday night and hopefully, obviously, win the week again.
And how important is that now? Because we're getting to the crunch of the season. We know what you're trying to chase come the end of the year in terms of the development tour, and it's going to be a hectic schedule to get to that point. So how important is it to optimise that off time as much as possible? So when you are in the cut and the thrust, you're in pressurised situations, you're not burnt out.
Yeah, it's just not playing too much darts. I think, to be honest, if I hadn't won Group A and been playing Group B and C, I think I'd have been absolutely goosed for Saturday, been playing darts for like six days in a row at a high level. So I think just not playing too much darts, not playing too high intensity darts. After this week, I have got a few weeks off now, going on holiday and stuff with Eleanor, and then when I come back, I think I've got 2 weeks till the last developmental weekend. So that's the time where proper crunch down and hopefully get the job done.
Absolutely, but first job done here this week. Many congratulations on that. Just quickly, in a sense, we've got about a minute left. You're not here for the rest of the week, so what till Saturday, shall I say? What's your thoughts and observations as to what we're going to see on Thursday and Friday?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see what Connor Hopkins does. We haven't seen him for 3 years. We did think big things of him the last time he was here, so he's the person I'm eager to watch.
Be interesting to see. Right, gents, thank you very much. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's the world's oldest darts challenge, where we've got players throwing with some of the oldest darts known to man. That's a collage of different people in different eras. I don't know whether one suits more than the other. Then we've got the ever enigmatic Darren Webster. He's going to be talking about some tales from his career, and I can tell you, having done that interview, it's not dull. It's on a Richie Burnett par, I can tell you that. And then we've got Devon Peterson. He's not short of a word or two, is he? He's involved in Group B tomorrow and Friday night from 10 p.m, and then Group C gets underway from 1 o'clock, and then they're playing for that little trophy in the bottom corner there, Saturday night from 7:30 p.m, where the former champion Jack Drayton is looking to do it once again. We shall see you on Saturday. We shall see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock as Group C gets underway. But it was Jack who was top of the lot as far as Group A is concerned. Bye from us.
The Modus Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's that!
Biggest of all things.
Reels it in.
What an incredible record. Everything you wanted. Simply does it.
Henry Coulson with glory.
Champion
That's the bullseye.
Manager.
This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that.
It's maxed out.
Go
That is special.
Incredible.
Last chance. That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night. Congratulations! Good. Cool.